Okay, testing. Test. One, two, three, test. Testing. One, two, three, test. Testing. One, two, three, testing. Testing. One, two, three. Testing. One, through two, three. Okay, thank you for joining me. My name is Jaquab Ban Yisrael. Welcome to my channel, a channel for faithists, people who can subscribe to the Oahspe, the Oahspe, New Revelation, because the time has come for a great harvest, really. The time has come for a great harvest among the people of the children of Jehovah. Spiritual thing. It's good news for us. It's bittersweet this time we live in. Before I begin, I'd like to approach the Creator in a word of short prayer. And so, Jehovah, thank you for this opportunity to share with my brethren, for us to get together and speak our own language, to strengthen us, to keep believing, and to know that we are not alone while we are on the earth. Jehovah, ask for all of us to be strengthened in our walk, that we can redeem the time while we're on the earth. Jehovah, I ask that we live in a time with a lot of trouble, a lot of uncertainty in the world, and we realize that there is a change in the time. We realize that the light of your knowledge is going to become greater and greater, and that at some point the whole world will become faithless. So I ask that for those brethren who you have chosen to come into the light right now to lay the foundation, that we can fulfill the purpose for which we were called to come into the light and lay the foundation. I just pray you allow me to speak clearly and encouragingly to my brethren on my video today. In your name, I give thanks. So let it be. All right, brethren. Thank you for joining me. And I hope that I think today you're going to really like what I got for you. I love to try to find things to share. This is the highlight of my week. I think I learned something that I'm dying to share with you, brethren. And I was in the Wednesday study, and we were looking at Anne Romanius and Anahaja. And Anne Romanius, if I'm not mistaken, is like the source of evil vibrations. Anne Romanius is like, is another word for Satan. But it's also the source of like the lower nature, when people, the tetrarchs that we were looking at in the study a couple weeks ago, Anne Romanius, his name is Anne Romanius, and it's a mystery, but he is the source. He was a fallen god, from what I understand, and he's the source of the lower vibrations in people, the fleshly nature of man, the lower nature of man. His name is Anne Romanius. And he's the source, whereas Anahaja was the inspiration for Luamong, if I'm not mistaken. Now, Luamong was more of a territorial false god, the father of Christianity, and Romanius is the like the source, that the first false god to fall and to present the world with the first false doctrine of like the worship of self. I think I've got something in my room on Facebook where brother shared a little summary about Anne Romanius and Luamong, and before I get going, let me just do this first. On the screen here, here's a website of if there anybody who's new to the channel and you're interested in knowing about the faith, that's what we believe in, what we do, and then you can go to this channel, what I got on the screen right here. You can go to this website, Universal Faithist of Cosmin. You can get ministry and information right there. If you want to donate, you can do that too. If you want to contribute some type of way to the ministry. Now I'm gonna read something I think you guys are gonna really love, man. I believe the Creator is gonna let me just blast off on my videos now. I don't want to sound kooky. I don't want to sound like I'm all special or anything, but I just got this vibration on me that this channel is going to explode, not in numbers. You know, I'm not a brother. I don't really care about trying to get a whole bunch of go viral and all that. I don't really care about that. But what I mean is in knowledge and information that I believe the Creator is going to, and I believe the same for other brethren too. I seem to sense an explosion like the world has never seen. And I'll talk a little bit about that as we go on. When I do the study on Revelation 9 and 10, I think you'll get it'll better help to explain why I'm saying what I'm saying. I think you're going to really love this study. But anyway, real quick here's the website, ministry and information. You can go there if you want to donate, you want to take part in some of the online studies and, you know, Bible studies that they have. Here's the information right here. I highly encourage to, you know, come. I'm sorry, excuse me. Let's get together, brethren. Let's make it a point to leave the earth. Let's not wait, man, until we go into the spirit to start to leave the atmosphere of the earth. Let's try to do it now, man. Let's try to do it right now. That's what it's all about. We trying to eventually leave the lower vibrations of the earth's atmosphere. The earth, the world don't know what we're talking about when we say that. Eventually, I mean, that's really what we all want. We want to be thoroughly 100% free of the vibration, of the inclinations, of the mindset of the earth, of the lower heavens, of atmospheria, the Oahspe calls. So we want to be free of all that. Here's something I've never seen before. You might want to check it out. What is a faithist? That's what this channel is dedicated to, faithist. So you can read this. We have faith in the all-person, the collective wisdom that is without gender. As faithists, we live by and follow these guidelines inspired by the Oahspe Bible and the work of John Newbro. We understand that supremacy exists only in a weak, fearful mind. We strive to do good works in the Creator's name. We respect, I think I'm going to read this every day. I do my channel. I think I'm going to read this every day. It's a good thing to constantly be reminded of. We strive to do good works in the Creator's name. We respect others' opinions and understanding and openness as long as opinions do not diminish the dignity or free will of anyone. We are willing to accept differences from others with no bias. I don't know if that's true for me. I think I'm trying, but I'm trying to get better at that. Accept differences from others with no bias. That's something I need to work on. We treat others and ourselves with love and forgiveness. We are kind through our actions and whole being. We give others the freedom we all deserve. It is easy to demand free will, but it is challenging to allow others to exercise their free will. We are able to admit our mistakes and take responsibilities for our actions. With these guidelines in mind, it is easier to understand that the foundation of faithism is the study and pursuit of Amarath and Ahiba, which is divine forgiveness and unconditional love. So this is a good summation right here of what a faith this is, what we strive to do. And, I'm learning, man. I'm really learning. I'm learning about faithism, being a faithist. One of the things I kind of get a kick out of learning about what our reality is, spiritually speaking. And the study we did on Anne Romanius, it caused me to think about the struggle, the fight that all brethren are in, all spirits. We're in a situation where Anne Romanius, he fell, he founded a new portion of the lower heavens, and his objective was to populate his heavens instead of the creator's heavens. Basically, it's like his agenda, and Romanius, and this will really help you to understand like the power of false gods. His agenda is to populate, to acquire, to obtain the worship of men, the worship, I don't know if I could say the love of men, but he definitely seeks to be worshiped. He was the one that came up with the doctrine of I am and idol worship, idolatry. And Romanius was the one who came up with those doctrines. And they're still in effect today. The worship of the self. Matter of fact, who did it? Let me see if I can find what that brother posted. I want to see if I can find what that brother posted. Brother Harkins, y'all know him. Brother Pete, he posted something and I shared it. And it hit me. It really, this thought that I had about how we're in a situation where Anne Romanius, Luamong, I don't know if I can say Anahaja, but any false god, their objective is to keep you, through hook or through crook, get you to go to their lower heavens. That's the whole gist in a nutshell about, well, it's not the whole summary of the whole, it's not, it's part of the understanding that faithists have, is that false gods want to populate their heavens. They want to populate their heavens. And when you look at the world, man, you can see the same analogy. It's the same. I was talking to my brother, man, and he was telling me how, for no reason at all, really, his job just up and let him go. They just up and let him go, man. It pissed me off, because that's the world. That's the world. You know how it says in the Oahspe, my favorite verse? Well, I don't want to say my favorite verse, but I always talk about this. I got it up on the screen real quick. For one rich man, there are 1,000 poor, and their interests ceaselessly conflict with one another. Look at this. Labor cries out in pain, but capital strikes him a heartless blow. That's headline news every day, man. Y'all remember the video where the brother, He burnt up the warehouse. Did y'all see that video? And he was saying, you should have paid us a living wage. You should have paid us a living wage. Over there in LA, Southern California, did y'all see that video? It's the same headline every single day because of the system we live under. Labor cries out in pain, but capital strikes him with a heartless blow. That means the labor, the worker, he's always going to get taken advantage of. Always going to get taken advantage of. And to get back to what I was about our Anne Romanius and the situation that we're in. We're in that situation where false gods want us to populate their heavens. They want us to populate their heavens. And one of the ways they do that, they bring misfortune in our reality. You know what I mean? I keep losing the place that I want to. They keep, one of the tactics that I think I have learned that they use, false gods, in order to keep their kingdoms populated, meaning you spend all your time on earth being distracted, serving the flesh, attitudes, lower vibrations. You can't resurrect with that mindset. You can't resurrect with that mindset. That's the bottom line. You'll stagnate. You cannot, you only hurting yourself. And we in a reality where there's misfortunes seem like every day. And to get you in a bad attitude, you upset, you just, you know what I mean? I mean, you just bent out of shape all the time, complaining, lower vibration. That's how false gods, that's one of the ways they keep their kingdoms populated. They keep their kingdoms populated by keeping you in that low vibration. And it works. These misfortunes, the ups and downs of our reality, and it's just like on earth. Sometimes, you hear stories like a man who doesn't want to break up with his girlfriend. Sometimes some guys will kidnap them, and vice versa. People do it to each other. And it's similar to what goes on in the spiritual. False gods, if they keep us in that mindset where we keep serving the tetracts, that's how they guarantee that the lower heavens will always be populated. People won't be making the resurrections. That's how they keep people's spirits spiritually dense, so that it's too heavy to rise. I'm just using an analogy to try to paint a picture spiritually of how we're called to resurrect. And there are things that we can do while we're on the earth that can make our spirit dense so that we cannot rise. And so I just thought about that. I was just, talking with my brother and, how we in a reality where people, a system where people, you can just be thrown away at will for nothing. No warning, no nothing. This reality. Capitalism. You really are nothing. You're not worth anything. You ain't got no power. You constantly crying out, and capital just continually just beating the hell out of you. Just like the scriptures say, man. And behind that, the whole reason for that is to keep us tied to, so that we don't make the resurrection. Events in life, circumstances. It ain't just like with losing a job, being fired for no reason. It seems like the way false gods work is they allow circumstances to come and affect you and just keep you on a lower vibration. They know that long as they got you there, keep you there, you're not making a resurrection. Their whole agenda is to keep us from making a resurrection. That's the whole agenda, man, at the end of the day. To keep the faithless from making a resurrection. Now I got to move it because I really want to get to Revelation chapter 9 and Revelation chapter 10. According to the Oahspe, I think y'all gonna really like it, really, really love it. But let me read what the brother here, good brother here, what he shared with everybody. In the book of Es, daughter of Jehovah of Oahspe, Luamong and his fellow false gods are delivered from hell. Their responsibility is to undo that which they created and help bring down the religions they created, particularly for Luamong, since he had nailed himself to his own cross. So to speak, is probably the most difficult of tasks because he had done such a precise job of creating the image we know is Jesus Christ. It is indeed quite a task. Though for all of those false gods, they have a job, but the false Buddha, the false Brahma had it easier and were able to get past their zealous conversion tactics and bring in the concept of the one all creator. Though Gabriel had it easier, where he never gave shape and form to Allah. So again, the task ahead of Luamong is monumental. Or as I said, he really nailed himself to the image he created. And that image is fixed in the lower heavens. This euphoric item of Christ, and has to be worn away before it is fully washed away. Now we have two religions that are going head to head that speak of conversion, Christianity and Islam. As to the radical versions of these concepts, there are many false angels claiming to be Jesus in the spirit world. This still lingers, but not as much as it did in prior times when each church had its own false Jesus. Many of these being former lords of the false Christ who had abandoned serving him. So in this respect, Luamong most likely will continue to grow and being the most hated false god of that cycle. So anyway, this is a study that a brother did talking about the damage that Luamong did and how he probably has the most work to do to undo. He probably did the most damage of all the false gods in that he gave the world an image. You see people wearing the image, the cross and white Jesus. And did y'all see how the president, he posted a video or a post on his social network and showing him as Jesus Christ. And everybody's got that image in their mind. And Luamong's no different from Anne Romanius in the sense that it's all about deception and keeping people, even through hook or through crook, to get you to populate the lower heavens. To populate the lower heavens. That's the whole agenda that the world don't really care about. That's why faith is really a miracle. In the sense that the creator, I'm getting ready to, matter of fact, let me see. I'm going to go into Revelation chapter 9 and Revelation chapter 10. I think y'all going to really, really like this. But also, before I go to that, let me say this too, because it's been on my spirit to say this to brethren, that and you're going to see the reason why I'm saying what I'm getting ready to say when I go into the study. Revelation 9 and 10, according to the Oahspe. There's a church in Revelation called Luke. There was a church that was lukewarm, and I forget what the name of it was. Might have been Sardis, and they were reprimanded for being idle. They were reprimanded for being idle. And so I'm minded to share with brethren things that we can do to keep busy and to be at work as we go along. And I thought it was a great idea to, if you live like near a university or something, where you could email them or get in contact really with any organization. Don't have to be a university. And I just mentioned a university because I just thought it was a good idea to, you can email them. You can be faceless, meaning you don't have to have any interaction with them, and ask them to introduce the Oahspe into the curriculum, to ask them to introduce the Oahspe into the curriculum. Also, I've been trying to push the idea of getting index cards. And you can just, what I do is I link the website, Universal Faith to Sakazin. I link it, put it on the card, a little picture of the Oahspe, and put a little statement on there and link the website. And just any way that you can think of that you're comfortable with, that we can spread the light. We're chosen to be the founders of the kingdom. You brethren are the foundation builders. We're the foundation, but we're chosen to get the foundations, to get it to start building it. And so each of us can just, in our own imagination, come up with ways that are comfortable for us to deal with the current reality and how we can spread the light. And, we can be incognito about it. Nobody has to know anything about, where, we can do things secretly in order to try to introduce the light into this reality. I'm just type of brother. I don't like to waste time, man. I don't like to waste time at all. I like to redeem it. I figure if I'm gonna have to be on the earth taking all these licks I gotta take, the body, the blows of getting older and your body breaking down, man, if it's gonna land blows on me, I want to land some blows back in the spirit, so to speak, if you know what I mean. And one more thing before I get to the study that we're going to do. If there's any brother or sister out there and you just now getting into the Oahspe, you can get in contact with me. You can get in contact with me because the Unknown Many, they put out a 6-volume set. The Unknown Many have put out a 6-volume set where it's meant for people with short attention spans. This is the 6-volume set right here. It's meant for people with short attention spans. And the way it's compiled is, I'll show you the inside of it. The way it's compiled is for people with short attention spans. And the way the Unknown Many have compiled it is topical study form. These black and white pages. That's what the inside of the book looks like. So that if somebody were to pick it up and just look at it, more than likely, chances are the subject matter is going to grab you're going to look at it and say, what? Well, what is this? And get their attention. What does it mean if only men would listen? What do they mean by that? And then read it, and then they say, where the source is, where the reference is. And that's how the 6-volume set is compiled. If only men would listen to me. The unseen and the seen. The lesson of the spider. The lesson of the ant. See, these are subject matter. And the Oahspe, one thing about the Oahspe is if you're ready, it's going to resonate with you. it's got an anointing on it when you read it. The way the creator describes things, the way he explains things, the spirit of man, when you're ready for it, it's more powerful than a nuclear bomb, man. There's an undeniable anointing on the Oahspe that I think only faithists can really pick it up. It plugs you in immediately. It should plug you in immediately and cause you to become like that woman in the wilderness that we're getting ready to read about. She picks it up, she finds a light, and immediately she flees into the wilderness. She gets away from everybody, all of the negative influences that come to put the light out. So I'm just showing some things, some verses that are, I'm just going showing some verses of what the inside of the 6-volume set looks like. Okay. And if I get through the Revelation 9 to 10 study, I'm going to read some Radiance Anthology, some things out of Radiance Anthology. I don't think I'm going to get to the study we've been doing on the Tetracts. I'll probably get to it next time. I perceive I'm not going to have time. So I just wanted to show some of the inside of the 6-volume set. Now, having said that, again, if there's brother or sister, and you're a little short on funds, you can get these on Amazon. You can get this on Amazon, the 6-volume set. Make sure I'm sharing the screen. Yeah. So you can get this on Amazon, and they're priced the lowest that it can go. The lowest that it can go. 6-volume set. I think altogether, all the books it comes out to like $70. And so it's a good supplement to the Oahspe, hopefully to get you to dig into the Oahspe and you find something topically and you look and, you want to find out more about it, you want to read it, then that's what it's meant to do, be a supplement. All right, so now let's go on and look at the study in Revelation chapter 9, Revelation chapter 10. I hope y'all get a kick out of this. I just got a blast out of doing this study. I got a real blast out of it. I'm telling you, we in a situation, man, where we have got to be fed. We got to be fed in order to make it. We got to be fed, man. We got to be fed the light. This is food that is particular. It is like a special type of diet. Now, let me share this real quick, because let me talk about this for a second before I get to the study. This is something I came up with, something that crossed my mind. I think when I was talking to my brother and he said how they just let him go, and it got me thinking in all kind of different directions about the reality we live in and the things that happen to us. And it's better if you know the reason why, the creator, he allows the Tetracts to be in the world, and how false gods are going to use it to keep their kingdoms populated, knowing that most people, they can't overcome the Tetracts. The desire to be evil, lust, greed, anger, bad attitude, holding grudges, fighting and warring with one another. A lot of people, it seems like on the Red Star, they can't deal with that. They can't fight it, can't overcome it, because fighting yourself is the hardest thing by far that faithists have to do. We got to put down the ego. We have to put down the desire to strike back at people, to get the last word in, to teach people a lesson. All of that is very addictive, man, to this human spirit. It's very addictive, man. Lately, I don't know if somebody can resonate with me. I'm going to share it. I don't know if the same thing has happened to y'all, but recently, as only as recent as this year, a new thing has started happening to me. And that's never happened to me before. It's never happened to me before. I get this vibration on me. I I don't even know how to say it, brethren. I get this only started happening to me this year, and I'm positive it's a spirit. I am positive. And the only way I could describe it is sometimes I just feel like I could just crush something, anything, like I just want to destroy something. You know what I mean? Sometimes I get a vibration on me where I could just break something in pieces, man. You know what I mean? It's like a wave that hits me where if it's like I just want to break something in half, man. You know what I mean? I want to just crush something, anything, and I have to fight. I have to fight to get rid of that. And I think it's an attacking Druid spirit. I don't know if that type of stuff is common. It never happened before. It's like I'll just be sitting there minding my own business and I get like a vibration on me where I could just break something, or just grit my teeth, man, and just be full of evil. And I look at it like it seems like the more you go on, as you try to go and walk in the light, new things, new attacks, things that you have to deal with. I'm just sharing, you know, I'm just sharing what, in my situation, how, I realize that we as faithists, that we are elevating, we are not stagnating, and that with growth, it comes different challenges, man, But it's the weirdest thing, man. It is the weirdest thing. And I guess it lets you know that you're in a spiritual struggle, you know? So anyway, getting back, when I was talking with my brother and I found out how they did him, and I just started thinking all different types of things. And I came across this study right here about abrasive spirits, the way the world is. And you can't fault people, man, because you got to look at the spirit that is behind the actions that people do. Because there's a cause for every action, especially as faithists and druges and low spirits, and they have that effect on mortals. And I decided to look at. We live in a reality that's full of like people with abrasive spirits, man. Abrasive spirits. So I did a little study on it. I wanted to find out what the Oahspe, the knowledge that the Oahspe gives about people who are under this type of spirit. What the Oahspe has to say about it. It says, in the Oahspe, a person who is abrasive, meaning they're argumentative, they're harsh. Oh, I know the reason why I came up with this. I remember the reason why I did this study. I don't know if Dave Long is in the room. I don't know if you're in the room, Dave, but I reached out to that guy you told me to reach out to, Minister of Wellness, and he all but cussed me out, man. This guy who has a orphanage over in wherever, I reached out to him and he all but cussed me out, man. I mean, he really let me have it, man. I thought I was talking to Satan himself. I couldn't believe it, man. I said, like, brother, I heard about your ministry. I'm dying to support it. I said, I subscribe to the Oahspe, wanted to know if you heard about it, and I think if you checked it out, you might like it. A brother came back. Oh, you're here. You're here, Dave. Okay. I'm looking at the chat. I hadn't been looking at the chat. I wanted to see if you might show up. I sent you his responses. And it's like I brought the devil out of that dude. It's It's like the devil came out of that dude. You saw those responses I sent you? And this dude's running an orphanage. He's running an orphanage, man. And he got triggered like you wouldn't believe. You know? And I decide I just ask the creator, when people are under that type of spirit, I'm gonna go away from the chat now. I see y'all in the chat. How y'all doing? It's good to see y'all. Thanks for joining me. I'll check back in with y'all later on. I make it a habit not to look at the chat anymore because I get distracted. I get all discombobulated, you know? And so I was thinking about that guy. He made me think about, what does the creator have to say about when people have that abrasive type of spirit? What does the creator have to say about it? And this is what I came up with. It says an abrasive person is typically classified as being under the influence of the Uz, the world of self, or the Hayden lower heavens. Here is how the text characterizes such a nature. Low grade of the soul. Oahspe organizes all intelligences by grade, from 1 to 100. A person who is abrasive, meaning they are quick to anger, judgmental, or sharp tongue, is considered to have a low grade. The reason abrasiveness is seen as a form of self-assertion in Oahspe, the higher the soul, the more it practices suis, clarity, and amen, receptivity. Harshness is a sign that the animal or mortal self is still dominating the spiritual self. 2, the influence of druges. Oahspe suggests that abrasive people are often ridden or influenced by druges, low-level, unhappy spirits. The text explains that spirits who are angry, contentious in their own lives, stay near mortals with similar temperamentals. An abrasive person acts as a magnet for these spirits, who whisper sharp words into their mind, making them even more prickly. This is described as being bound in the chains of atmospheria, obstruction of the light of Jehovah. The Great Spirit of Jehovah is described as a voice of peace. A person who is abrasive creates a storm in their own vortex, which is the energy field around them. The consequence is because they are always at war with others or defensive in nature, they cannot hear the subtle, small voice of the Creator. Their own noise acts as a wall. The law of like to like. One of the sternest warnings in Oahspe for abrasive people concerning the afterlife. When an abrasive person dies, they do not automatically become sweet spirits. They go to a place in the lower heavens where everyone else is also abrasive. Oahspe describes these regions as places of constant bickering and darkness, where spirits torment one another with the same harshness they used on earth until they finally become exhausted of self and cry out for a better way. When I do AI study, I always ask it to break down things in little baby terms. You know, I'm in my mid 60s and I like it to where it's like baby-like, you know, baby term. Give it to me like real simple, you know? So I always ask when I do that study, I say, talk to me like a little child. So it summarized it like this. It says, imagine everyone has a heart radio that plays music. The kind person, their radio is tuned to a beautiful soft song that makes everyone feel happy. The abrasive person, the radio is full of static, loud, scratchy noises. The Oahspe lesson. the Oahspe says that if you keep playing scratchy music, you'll only find other people who like scratchy music, and it will be very loud and annoying for a long time. Fix it. You have to be quiet. Stop scratching at others and try to find the soft song inside you. How to change, according to Oahspe. The Oahspe suggests that an abrasive person can heal their nature. Abnegation of self. Stop worrying about being right or being respected. Service to others. Doing something kind for someone you don't like. This thins out the spiritual density and lets the light out. Diet. Oahspe often suggests eating coarse foods like meat can contribute to a coarse or abrasive spirit, recommending a herbivorous diet to help calm the temper. In summary, abrasiveness is a spiritual fever that keeps a person stuck in the mud. The only cure is to put down the sword of the tongue and practice the peace of the Great Spirit. And so I was thinking about that guy, and he runs an orphanage, man. And I remember a verse in the Bible where it says, don't let your good be evil spoken of, man. In other words, like you come over to my house, right? You come over to my house and I have pizza out, right? Vegan pizza. And you come in, say, here, chump, here, take some pizza, punk, here. Damn, man, you always coming over here when it's time to eat. Here. Now, I'm offering you food, right? But how is that, you know what I mean? And it's like, how is that going to benefit the good that you're doing when you coming across like that? You know what I mean? Here, you trying to do good, but the way that you do it, it destroys everything you're trying to do. You know, that person ain't going to feel welcome. They're going to turn right around, leave, and never come back. And what to make matters worse, the Creator says that's where you headed. If you don't change, you're going to go to your people. You're going to go to your bunch of people just like you. You know? Damn, man, you always hungry, man. Well, I always got to give you here. Damn, man. You too needy, man. Damn, here. You know? Nobody wants to be in that type of company, man, you know? And it's amazing how people, you do it to them, but you don't want it done to you. Let's get started on Revelation chapter 8. Chapter 8, Revelation, actually, I went back to like Revelation chapter 3, and the whole thing, you know, it's, you're just going to get a kick out of this. So let's go ahead and get started with this study here on Revelation chapter 8. Hopefully y'all get a kick out of this. The Creator gave me the inspiration to start looking at the Bible metaphysically, where you can see the Thetis. When you read the Bible metaphysically now, you can see the message to the Thetis. Creator, he calls the Bible partial revelation. And it's beautiful when you can read the Bible now metaphysically. It is so encouraging, man, you know. Now, this is the translation of Revelation chapter 8 according to the Oahspe. It says, translating Revelation chapter 8 into the spirit of Oahspe requires moving away from traditional apocalyptic imagery and toward the cosmology of Jehovah, the creator, ethereal journeys, and the management of the earth's vortex. In this Oahspean rendering, the seven angels are high-ranking gods or lords. And, I just got to say this, man, the creator is just too much to describe. It's too much to describe, man. You could be all by yourself, man. But when you read the light, when you're just alone and by yourself, and I've never ever realized you can be totally alone and just get a real kick out of life, man. You can thoroughly enjoy your own company, man. All you need is the light. That's all you need, man. It's almost like stealing money, man. Being a faithist sometimes. The way the creator will feed your head, he can feed your head and feed your spirit. It's almost criminal, man. The way you feel like you're stealing something. Okay, let me it says, check this out. It says, in this Oahspean rendering, the seven angels are, and you brother, you got to be a little familiar because I'm not looking at Revelation chapter 8. I could read it and then go back to this, but let me just try to do the breakdown. And I'm trusting that y'all are familiar somewhat with Revelation chapter 8. So I'm not going into it to read it. And, it says, in this Oahspean rendering, the seven angels are high-ranking gods or lords appointed to oversee the purification of the earth during a change of Dan, which is a spiritual cycle, which is where we are right now. It says the incense represents the prayers of faithists, and the trumpets are the signals for the descent of Agi, which are cosmic curtains of darkness, and the subsequent labor of the Empyrean host. I think that means to say Etherian host. Now, this reminds me to say to you, brethren, that let me see. I think I think joyous is that you, Candace? I'm looking at the chat now. Joyous, is that Edward, or who are you, Joyous? I know you, but who are you? I know you, but which one are you? Joyous, if you can hear me, because you're part of the Thursday night study, I think. The Thursday night. Oh, that's you. I'm talking about you, right? I'm talking about you, Bob, right? Okay, yeah. Okay, that's him. That's the brother who I'm talking about. I didn't know. I forgot, Yeah, him. Put your contact information in the chat. Now, this brother, he does a prayer ministry. He does it in a way that I think he is spot on, man. The way he does it. I think the way he does it, man, we've got to get, he has to study 40 minutes, I think, on Thursday. And the way he does it, we all join. He's got us all joining our voices together, voicing inclinations, or I forget what he calls it. We all say it together, and then we do it silently. And I'm positive there's power behind the way we're doing it. I'm positive there is. So, Bob, put your contact information in the chat there, and then if anybody in here, if they want to join us then they have the contact information. So I'm going to go on with the study, and you just put your information in there so they can see it. And we've got to come. You brethren got to check out his the way he's doing that study, the way we're doing that prayer meeting. I'm going to read part of Revelation 8 and Revelation chapter 9. You're going to see why I'm saying what I'm saying. You're going to really see it. Watch. It says, the book of the seventh seal. Okay, now I'm not looking at the chat anymore, so just to let y'all know. Okay, it says, the book of the seventh seal, the labor of the Etherean host. It says, and when the chief of the council, now this is Revelation chapter 8, okay? And now it's going to break down some of the verses, the instrumental verses of Revelation chapter 8. It's going to break them down and give the Oahspe sense of them, okay? It says, and when the chief of the council had opened the seventh seal, there was a great stillness in the atmosphere heavens for the space of half an hour, where the hosts of Jehovah were preparing for the change of the vortex. I'm dying to show you. I've got to show you. I've got to show you what Revelation chapter 8 says, and then come back to what the Oahspe says. I've got to do it. I can't. Revelation chapter 8, King James Version. I've got to do it this way. I just have got to do it this way. I've got to show you what it says and then come back. I hope it don't discombobulate me. Okay. I'm going to mess myself up. Chapter 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So here's Revelation chapter 8. And when he had opened the seventh seal, there was silence in heaven about the space of half an hour. Okay. And I saw the seven angels which stood before God, and to them were given seven trumpets. So I'm going to read a few verses, then I'm going to go back to the Oahspe. And another angel came out and stood at the altar, having a golden censer, and there was given unto him much incense, that he should offer it with the prayers. That's why I was minded to say what I said about that brother's prayer study, his prayer meeting on Thursday night, because I read this and it reminded me of his prayer meeting. Check this out. It says, and another angel came and stood at the altar, having a golden censer, and there was given unto him much incense, that he should offer it with the prayers of all the saints upon the golden altar, which was before the throne. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to the study. It says, and when the chief of the council had opened the seventh seal, there was a great stillness in the atmosphere heavens for the space of half an hour, for the hosts of Jehovah were preparing for the change of the vortex. Verse 2. And I beheld the seven lords of the earth, who stand in the light of the great Spirit, and to them were given seven trumpets of Etherean fire, and to signal the coming of the Danha. Oh, let me share it. I forgot to share it. So let me do it again. And when the chief of the council had opened the seventh seal, there was a great stillness in the atmosphere in heavens for the space of half an hour, for the hosts of Jehovah were preparing for the change of the vortex. And I beheld the seven lords of the earth, who stand in the light of the great Spirit. And to them were given seven trumpets of Etherean fire, to signal the coming of the Danha. Now, these are the first three verses of Revelation chapter 8. And another God came and stood at the golden altar, having a golden censer of the sacrifice of self. See, here is called, verse 3 is called the sacrifice. The golden censer is called the sacrifice of self. as faithists, we're called to be selfless. But in verse 3 in the King James Bible, it says another angel came and stood at the altar having a golden censer. And that's it. See, the Oahspe, it fills in where the Bible leaves off. The Oahspe fills in where the Bible leaves off. That's the beauty of the Oahspe. See, here it says, he just says he had the angel came and stood at the altar having a golden censer, and that's it. But then when we go back to the study, it says, and another God came and stood at the golden altar having a golden censer, and it tells you it was this golden censer is the sacrifice of self. And there was given unto him much incense of good works, that he should offer it with the prayers of the faithists upon the golden altar which was before the throne of Jehovah. So those prayers that are going up, where those brethren are getting together in this brother's room on Thursday, and they're offering, I forgot to share the screen. Shoot. Those prayers that we're offering up, man, here in Revelation, is telling us what's happening with those prayers. Those prayers, and I'm sure that we all know that our prayers, the prayers of a faithless, they go up to the Creator. But to see it written here, it just adds something to to see it in the Bible, how we have never known until now what this really meant, is a blessing to our spirit. It says, and the smoke of the incense which came with the prayers of the righteous ascended up before the Great Spirit out of the hand of God. And he took the censer and filled it with the fire of the altar, which is the light of high heaven, and cast it to the lower plateaus of the earth. And there were voices and thunderings and lightnings and a great earthquake, a shifting, which is a shifting of the mortal mind. That should make sense, shouldn't it? The lightnings and the voices here. God takes the censer, which is and filled it with the fire of the altar, which is the light of heaven. He casts it to the lower plateaus of the earth, atmosphere where we are. And what's the effect? There were voices and thunderings and lightnings and a great earthquake, which represent a shifting of the mortal mind. Meaning from darkness to light. Now the light is starting to increase now. A shifting of the mortal mind. And the seven lords, which had the seven trumpets, prepared themselves to sound. It says the first Lord sounded, and there followed Agi, and fire mingled with the blood of the ambitious. And they were cast upon the earth. And the third part of the Druges, spirits of darkness, were bound, and all the great delusions of the world were burnt up. So now this is showing us about the cosmic era, I would say. I think that this is sharing about what's going to happen now that the cosmic era is here. These are the effects of what's going to happen now that cosmic is here. And it happens in increments and waves. Revelation seems to give us a picture of like incremental events that happen one after the other, if that makes any sense. It says, and the second Lord sounded, and as it were, a great mountain of Gia, burning with fire, was cast into the sea of human passion, and the third part of the sea became as blood of the slain. Now, when you read this in the Bible, it doesn't give, that's the beauty of the Oahspe. See, we read it in the Bible, it says, and the second angel sounded, and it were as a great mountain burning with fire was cast into the sea. And the third part of the sea became blood. But see, the Oahspe fills it in because the Creator seems to know the Oahspe is not going to be popular in our reality. People ain't going to. So he gives, the Bible's a partial revelation. It's a partial revelation. And so you got, I mean, it's like the Creator, there's a matter of fact, there's a verse comes to my mind where the Creator, he tells John to seal up the words of the book. He tells him somewhere to seal up the word. I think that's in Daniel, actually, where he tells him to seal up the words of the book. See, the Oahspe is unsealing the words of the book now. It's unsealing it now because the time has come. It says, and the third part of the creed, let me read it again. It says, and the second Lord sounded, and it, as it were, a great mountain of Gia, burning with fire, was cast into the sea of human passion. And the third part of the sea became as blood of the slain. And the third part of the creatures which were in the sea and had life in the spirit of Uz died. See, the light is purifying. This is purifying light. Revelation chapter 8 is talking about purifying cosmic era light coming on the earth and the effects of what it's doing. Here is saying, and the third part of the creatures which were in the sea and had life in the spirit of the Uz, which is destruction, died. And the third part of the ships, meaning the commerce of the self-gods, were destroyed. Now, I read this and it's interesting because the light is exposing false gods and false doctrine. And in that way, it puts to death the Uzian spirits. They can't deal with it. They can't defend against it. They can't do anything against the light of the Creator. And then it says the commerce, the third part, the ships, the commerce of the self-gods were destroyed. Now, when I read that in the cosmic era, it seems to have a literal meaning in the sense that and I think my internet is going in and out. I think my internet is glitching. We're in a situation in the world where the commerce of the world is big. Right now, we don't really feel it. I mean, you can see high gas prices and you know that gas and oil byproducts also are going up like groceries, and because it takes packaging and transportation and to bring products to market, and that uses oil and gas in one form or another. So we can see little, how it might sprinkle before it rains. We're in that type of a situation right now. Kind of like, there's before it rains, we're in that type of situation right now. But I've been listening to analysts who have been sharing that our world, it's already changing, but it's not going to change. It's not like it's going to change. Our world is not, it's not gotten to the point where it's going to be. With the destruction of the refineries over in the Gulf Coast countries, the damage has already been done so that it's going to take years of repair to get back to what they're used to. And you know how when you turn a water spigot off, there's still water in the line? Basically, before we get to that time of trouble that analysts are talking about, it's kind of like we're just going off of what's in the pipeline right now, so far as oil and gas is concerned, which affects a lot of other things. Then verse 10, it says, and the third Lord sounded, and there fell a great star from the ethereal heavens, burning as it were a lamp. And it fell upon the third part of the rivers and upon the fountains of waters. And the name of that star is called wormwood. Check this out. The bitterness of false doctrines. Wormwood. A whole world wants to know what these verses mean. The whole world, you can go online and they spend hours on top of hours conflicting one another, not knowing really what these verses mean. And now the Creator is exposing what these verses mean, because the libraries of heaven, it's time for them to open, just like the Oahspe says. And the name of the star is called wormwood. Wormwood is the bitterness of false doctrines. And the third part of the waters became bitter, and many mortals died of the waters because they were made bitter by the craft of false gods. That's what false doctrines are meant to do. It's meant to stagnate you. It certainly ain't meant to elevate you. False doctrines are meant to keep people stagnant in spirit. You cannot elevate. You can't make the resurrection. And the fourth Lord sounded, and the third part of the sun was smitten, and the third part of the moon, and the third part of the stars. So as the third part of them was darkened, and the day shone not for a third part of it, and the light likewise, for the Vertexian currents were choked with the dust of the lower heavens. And I beheld and heard an angel host flying through the midst of heaven, saying with a loud voice, woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth, by reason of the other voices of the trumpet of the three lords, which are yet to sound. For the cosmic era is at hand, and the judgment of the self-gods shall be complete. So before I go to chapter 9, we get some concepts, key Oahspean concepts in this translation. Atmospheria is the lower heavens surrounding the earth, where spirits dwell before they are purified enough to enter the ethereal realms. A Danha is a period of light or a spiritual cycle, especially 3,000 years, when the earth passes through a region of high ethereal light. Agi and Gia, semi-material substances that float in the ethereal ether. When the Earth's vortex passes through them, they descend, causing darkness, wars, spiritual confusion, the plagues. Faithists are those who recognize no king but the Creator, Jehovah, and strive to live by the higher law. Uz, the world of worldliness, the desire for earthly power and material gain. Druges, spirits of the dead who are bound to the earth and their own vices, often causing thunderings and voices through their influence on mortals. Isn't that something? Druges, the definition that it gives the Druges: spirits of the dead who are still bound to the earth and their own vices, often causing thunderings and voices through their influence on mortals. So let's go to Revelation chapter 9. Translation of Revelation chapter 9. To translate Revelation chapter 9 in the spirit of Oahspe, the 19th century channeled text by John Ballou Newbrough, one must adopt its specific cosmology. In this lens, angels are often ethnoplastic, which I don't know what that means. Ethnoplastic spirits, stars. Stars represent high-ranking Etherian gods or fallen spirits. And the bottomless pit is a Geaic region of darkness or an Ashar's prison. Here's a rendering of Revelation chapter 9 in the Oahspean style, emphasizing the conflict between the light and the darkness. Okay, Revelation chapter 9, the book of the seventh seal, which is the descent into Gia. The book of the seventh seal, the descent into Gia. And the fifth Etherian chief sounded his trumpet, and I beheld a Lewis, which is a master of generations, descending like a falling star from the high heavens into the lower plateaus of the earth. And to him was delivered the key to the Chinvat gates of the deep Agi, where the spirits of darkness are bound. So you better know that the bridge of Chinvat is the border between the atmosphere of the earth and the Etherian realm. It's like the Chinvat is separation from earthly influences to no more earthly influences, where there are no more earthly influences on the soul. The dividing line is Chinvat. When you cross the bridge of Chinvat, you are home free forever, man. The Etherian realm. Everything below the bridge of Chinvat is subject to atmospheric earthly influences. So here the angel, he opens the Chinvat gates of the deep Agi where the spirits of darkness are bound. So, and he opened the gates, verse 2, and he opened the gates of dark regions, and there arose a smoke out of the pit like the smoke of a great furnace of a city in ruins, and the light of the sun and the very atmosphere of the earth were darkened by reason of the density of the Gia. And out of the darkness there came forth droogs and annihilators upon the earth, and unto them was given power, even as the sting of a scorpion is given to the creeping things of the Uz world. Droogs and annihilators upon the earth, and unto them was given great power. And it was commanded them by the God of the earth that they should not harm the grass of the earth, nor any green thing, nor any tree, but only those mortals who had not the mark of Jehovah, which is the light of the Great Spirit in their foreheads. So the droogs, they come down, the annihilators, and the only people they can injure are people who are not faithists. And I would have to think that injury is in the form of deception, in the form of lying, in the form of uh, spiritual stagnation. In verse 5, it says, and to them it was given that they should not kill the mortals, but they should be tormented 5 months in the spirit. And their torment was as the sting of a scorpion when he striketh a man. In those days, men shall seek death in the flesh to escape the obsession of the Druges. See again, and when you read Revelation chapter 9, verse 6, again, it doesn't go into detail that the Oahspe does. See here in Revelation chapter 9, verse 6, it says, and in those days men shall seek death and not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. We don't find out what that means until we go and look at the Oahspe, and we see where it says, in those days, men shall seek death in the flesh to escape the obsession of the Druges. You see that? The Oahspe, it fills in the blanks that the Bible doesn't. It says, but death shall flee from them, for their spirits are bound to the low plateaus, and they find no rest in the spirit world. So here we have people at a point now where they want to escape the tetrarchs of the Druges, the influence, the Drugian influencing, but you need knowledge to know how to do that, to know why you're in this state of mind, why you're evil and greedy and angry and judgmental and argumentative, and you need knowledge. You need the Creator to tell you what it is that's influencing you, affecting you, so you can begin to do battle. But it says here, in those days, men, they're going to seek to die, to get rid of the effects of the Druges, but they're not going to know what's happening to them. They're not going to know what to do. That's why some people crack up. They don't know why. Some people, why they go mad, why they go crazy. They don't know what the problem is, and they run to the psychologist, and then he starts speculating, but unless the Creator, unless he gives you, unless the light is the only one that can burn them influences, that can burn the influences off of a person's soul, off of their spirit. Only the Creator, only the light can do that. In those days, men shall seek death in the flesh, but they won't know how to. They won't know what to do. Nobody, no faith to surround to tell them. In those days, men shall seek death in the flesh to escape the accession of the Druges, but death shall flee from them. Why? Because their spirits are bound. They're bound to low plateaus, and they find no rest in the spirit world. And the shapes of these dark spirits, verse 7, were like unto horses prepared for battle. And on their heads were crowns like unto gold, yet they were but the illusions of beasts, mortal vanity. And their faces were as the faces of men, full of craft and salt. I don't know what that means, craft and salt. These dark spirits, they were like unto horses prepared for battle. And on their heads were crowns like unto gold. They were illusions. They were illusions of beast, mortal vanity. So it's like silver and gold, diamonds and pearls, and all that the world calls precious. And their faces were as the faces of men, full of craft and salt, deceit and misleading and lying, the dark spirits. And they had the hair of women, which meaning long and tangled, and the desires of the earth. And their teeth were as the teeth of lions, where they sought to devour the substance of the righteous. Materialism now. Greed, conquest, these dark spirits that were loosed, the angel, he loosed them. And they came out on the earth. Verse 4. Verse 3, the angel loosed them. And now this is the effect they're having on the earth and what they look like. They had breastplates, as it were, breastplates of iron, and the sound of their wings was as the sound of chariots and many horses running to the wars of Anramanius. And they had a king over them, who was the king of the bottomless pit, whose name in the panic tongue is Abaddon, but in the Yeha tongue is Apollyon, signifying the destroyer of the soul's light. These dark spirits up here named in verse 3, out of the darkness, the Drooks and the Annihilators, they had a king over them, verse 10. Lord of the bottomless pit, whose name in the panic tongue is Abaddon, but in the Yeha tongue is Apollyon, signifying the destroyer of the soul's light. One woe is past, and behold, there come two woes more hereafter. And the sixth angel sounded, and I heard a voice from the four horns of the golden altar, which is before the great spirit Jehovah, saying to the sixth angel, which had the trumpet, loose the four generals which are bound in the great river Euphrates, which is the stream of mortal history. Euphrates stands for the stream of mortal history. And the four generals were loosed, which were prepared for an hour and a day and a month and a year, for to slay the third part of men who lived in the darkness of Uz. And the number of the army of the horsemen were 200,000, and I heard the number of them. For I saw the horses in a vision, and them that sat on them, having breastplates of fire and of jacinth and brimstone, and the heads of the horses were as the heads of lions, and out of their mouths issued fire and smoke and brimstone, which are the triple poisons of the lower heavens. By these three was the third part of men killed, by the fire, by the smoke, and by the brimstone which issued out of their mouths. For their power is in their mouth, and in their tails were like unto serpents, and had heads, and with them they do hurt, which is the sting of false doctrines and the worship of idols. So we have these horses. Their power is the triple poisons of the lower heavens, triple poisons. These triple poisons, they kill a third part of men, and by the smoke and by the brimstone, which issued out of their mouths. So it could either, it's like they killed the smoke that comes, this judgment, the horses, they come out. They bring a form of Jaiai, which is Gia and Ag, which is like, what's a good way to say times and periods of darkness. And men, a third part of men are killed by the fire, by the smoke, by the brimstone which issued out of their mouths. For the powers in their mouth and in their tails, for their tails were like unto serpents and had heads, and with them they do hurt, which is the sting of false doctrines and the worship of idols. And the rest of the men which were not killed by these plagues. So you got the religious in verse 18, the effect of the horsemen and the falling Gia on the world, the effect on the religious of the world, the triple poison of these horsemen, the triple poisons. It has a threefold effect on the religious, on the unspiritual, and I'll say the agnostic, those who just don't care spiritually or any way. These horsemen, they're released, Gia falls. It has a threefold effect on the world. The triple poison of the horsemen of Revelation chapter 8. The religious fall by the false doctrines. They're killed by the false doctrines. A third part of men were killed by the false doctrines and the worship of idols. It says killed, but I think that doesn't mean like, And then the rest of the men which were not killed by these plagues, and you have to think they're not religious, they just regular, they just don't believe, The rest of the men were not killed by these plagues, yet repented not of the works of their hands, that they should not worship Druges. So this group here worships the idols of gold, silver, brass, stone, and wood, which neither can see, nor hear, nor walk. So they're into materialism, this group here. This group here in verse 18 are spiritual. This group here in 19 are material. And then in verse 20, it says, neither repented they of their murders, nor their sorceries, nor of their fornication, nor of their thefts, for they knew not the voice of Jehovah, but followed the darkness of the self-gods until the end. So they're kind of lumped together, these first two groups, into a third group where they're lumped together, where they're spiritually, they're all classified, they're like classified together, the spiritual and the unspiritual. They don't repent, their murders, their sorceries, their fornication, nor their thefts, for they knew not the voice of Jehovah, but followed the darkness of self-gods unto the end. So the religious were under false gods and idols, and those who weren't were under their own self, their own worship of self, under the tetrarchs, had no repentance, no knowledge, no way to escape. Revelation chapter 9. And some of the terms used is like the Revelation chapter 8, it's the same thing. So that's Revelation chapter 9. Now, another thing that I want to do here is look at Revelation chapter 3 real quick. I think I got it up here somewhere. Revelation chapter 3. I wanted to look at that because there's something I wanted to touch on. And let's see. Revelation, let me see. Maybe I'm in the wrong room. I wanted to touch on Revelation chapter 3. And let's see if I can bring it up. Okay, I have to bring it up. 1 second. Revelation chapter 3. Revelation chapter 3. Okay, here it is right here. So I don't have it on the screen yet. I'm getting ready to bring it up on the screen. Just bear with me. And I want to touch on this. I found some things that were very interesting in Revelation chapter 3. I'm in the process of putting it in my room, so just bear with me. Okay. Revelation chapter 3, translation. All right. It'll let me. Okay, here we go. So now, Revelation chapter 3 is interesting when it's translated. And I felt inclined to bring it out because something happened where I don't know, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I was listening to something or someone, and I felt like there could be a danger of being a faithless Christian. A faithless Christian where everything is okay. Anything anyone does is okay. And I think what comes to my mind is when that guy that I reached out to, I think that's the reason why I'm bringing this up. The guy that I reached out to, the brother told me to reach out to him. The brother cursed me out, treated me very inhospitably, very, very evilly, wickedly. And I was shocked. I was shocked that the brother, he has an orphanage, but he responded that way. And I think he was under the impression that since he's doing a good work, and that is good work when you're minded to be selfless like that and help orphans, and that is a serious work, you know. But I think his mind is, I'm doing this, so I'm beyond criticism. No one can criticize me. Nobody can say anything. That's the impression that I got from him. And I tried to introduce the Oahspe to him. I told him, I'd love to support your work, man. I said, the problem I have is that if you're raising orphans to deities, there's no way I can support you. But if you take a look at the Oahspe principles, you know, I may be able to turn you on to a whole world of brethren who are willing to jump in and help you. And the way he responded, it was true Uzian. I mean, he came back with the attacks like he couldn't be criticized. He was working with orphans, and what are you doing? You're not doing anything. I'm doing the work. That's the impression that I got from him. And after that exchange, I got the thought in my mind that I do not want to be a faithless Christian where you don't have no, everything is all right as a faithist. Anybody can do anything and you can't say anything. I mean, it's commendable not to criticize other people and hold your peace, don't rock the boat, that sort of thing. That's commendable. The Creator, he commends that. You hold your peace. One thing you don't want to do with the Uzian spirit, man, is feed it. You do not want to feed it because then it grows. If you look at the world, when two Uzians get together and it turns toxic, they start feeding each other, and before you know it, one of them is lying on the ground dead. Because they feed that spirit. A faithist knows, don't feed that spirit, man. When someone gets in that spirit, don't feed it. When they tetracts are taking over, don't feed it. Do not feed it. Hold your peace. Keep quiet, walk away. Squash it real fast, because the world, when you feed that Uzian spirit, man, it just like poured fire on fuel. So, but one thing in dealing with that brother, I told myself, I don't want to be I'm not a faithless Christian, man. I am not a faithless Christian where, somebody's doing a good work and they're beyond criticism. I won't criticize them. I'll make it a point not to criticize them, but that doesn't mean that I will endorse everything that they're about. And so if the brother is raising orphans if the brother is, and from the looks of it, the brother is raising orphans to worship a deity. They're being raised to worship a deity. And I, for one, I could never get behind that. And that's what I mean by being a Christian faithist, where the brother says he's doing a good work and you get behind him, even though you're a faithist and you know better, you know about deities, but you support him anyway. And I'm not that type of brother, man. I think that we're supposed to have discernment, have some type of judgment. So I'm going to read chapter 3 here, Revelation chapter 3, the Oahspe translation. And the reason why I'm reading it is because it's really talking about different types of spirits. Revelation chapter 3 translation. In the cosmology of Oahspe, Revelation chapter 3 is interpreted as a series of inspections of the lower heavens. These are the messages from high-ranking God, which are the appointed executives of the earth cycle, to the 7 churches. So God is speaking to the 7 churches, an inspection of the lower atmospheric heavens, an inspection, which Oahspean theology views as spiritual colonies or communities of spirits and mortals. So it's like, if you ever seen a military inspection, everybody's standing up in a line in columns, and the officer, commanding officer, he comes by, he does a passing review, he looks you up and down, may ask you some questions, examine you. Here's the same thing. It's like the God of the earth is walking past each one of us. We're all in formation. And in this case, he's stopping, he's a difference between a God and the Lord. A God can deal with the whole earth at once, and the Lord is more territorial, from what I understand. So it's like they can size you up in 1 second, find out everything about you. And so Revelation chapter 3 is like a passing review, and then he gives his summary at the end of the pass and review. He's telling each one of us, okay, you need to work on this, you need to work on this, you need to work on this, you need to work on this. So that's why I wanted to cover this. Here's a summary of Revelation chapter 3 through the Oahspe lens. It says the inspection of the grades. It says in Oahspe, everything is based on grade, a measure of how much a soul lives for others versus for themselves. Okay. A grade, how much you live for others as opposed to how much you live for yourself. And you brother know we live in a world that is, if I were to give it a percentage, let's just say it would be a high percentage. People live for themselves. They get what they can get. They take what they can take, always looking for an angle. I saw a video on YouTube. It was a shame, man. You know, there's some type of scam out there where a restaurant will hire a pretty woman. A restaurant will hire I didn't, you know, these type of games are out there. These type of games are really out there, man. And it make you sad. It make you sad because this is the influence of Anne Romanius to keep people stagnated, to keep people from being able to make the resurrection, to keep them tied to the earth. There was a video, I seen a video, there's evidently, I don't know how long this game has been going on, you know? The restaurant will hire a real pretty woman. She'll approach a man. He'll ask her out. And she'll bring him to that restaurant. She'll run up the tab. He'll pay for it, and they'll pay her. You know? Real pretty woman. You know, she's a hook. You know? The guy will approach her, ask her out. She'll bring him to the restaurant. She'll run up the tab. He'll pay it, and then they pay her. It's a terrible shame, ain't it? That's a terrible. You know? And then the guy finds out, and then his tet racks flare up, and they'll tell him, you know what I mean? These type of games are a dime a dozen. I call them games, man. You know, where people play with each other, play with each other's tet racks, play with their emotions, their vibrations, their feelings. And who knows, you know what I mean? It's built, I mean, self-serving vibration. That's why it's going to be hard. You read even the Bible, man, where when people find out about the Oahspe, man, and how the Creator says to make the resurrection, you have to seek a way to be selfless. Got to find a way to be selfless, man. And really, that's the only way, from what I have seen, that's the only way to go, man. For peace of mind, for what's a good word, for serenity, you know, for not complacency, but you have to let go of, you have got to find a way to put down the desire to serve the self, and the whole world is under that vibration. Serve the self, serve your own self-interest. I see my internet is glitching again. All right, so here we got Revelation chapter 3, and it's dealing with different spirits and souls. Revelation chapter 3. The dying colonies. The message to Sardis: you have a name that you're alive, but you're dead. Remember the seven churches? Refers to spiritual communities, spiritual people. So it's dealing with us. People, spirits make up communities. So the churches in Revelation are dealing with us as individuals and communities. It's talking, if you are listening to this video, I'm talking to you. Whoever's listening to this video, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to me. I'm talking to us. And the Creator is giving us these seven churches so we can look at us, man. Look at us so we can make the highest resurrection. That's all it's about, man. To make if the world don't want to go with us, then let us just all go by ourselves. Let us go by ourselves, man. You know, the worst thing is to have to be sorry at something you don't have to be, you should not, that you knew about, but you chose not, you know what I mean? It's, you choose the foolish virgins. When you have to learn when it's too late, man, that's the worst thing I think life has to offer. So, okay, we have the dying colonies, which is the message to Sardis. You have a name that you were alive, but you were dead. Refers to spiritual communities that keep up the appearance of being holy, but have lost their connection to the Great Spirit. In Oahspe, these are spirits who are dead to progress and have become bound to their own rituals. The key of David. This is interpreted as the key to the gates of Chidmat. Okay, so what I should do is bring up Revelation chapter 3 so we can at least take a look at what it says, because it's important. So here we got the church of Sardis. Unto the church of Sardis write, these things saith he that hath the seven spirits of God and the seven stars. I know thy works, that thou hast a name that thou livest, but art dead. Be watchful and strengthen the things which remain that are ready to die, for I have not found thy works perfect before God. Remember therefore how thou hast received, and hold fast and repent. If therefore thou shalt not watch, I will come on thee as a thief, and thou shalt not know what hour I will come upon thee. Thou hast a few names, even in Sardis, which have not defiled their garments, and they shall walk with me in white, for they are worthy. He that overcometh shall be clothed in white raiment, and I will not blot his name out of the book of life, and I will confess his name before my Father and before his angels. Now, we got to go back and read the translation now, because he starts talking about his father, and he starts talking about, pointing to himself, and we got to clarify that. Now, again, the Oahspe, it goes into detail. It expands on what the Bible leaves out. So we get to the key of David. It says, this is interpreted as the key to the gates of Chidmat. It represents the power of high-ranking angels to open the way for spirits to leave the earth's atmosphere and enter the higher Ethereal realms. So once more, if I go back, And he doesn't make any reference to any keys or anything. I thought he did, but so it doesn't make a reference to any keys, the keys of David. So let's go back, which is all right. I still think that it has substance, what we're reading. If I can make my way back, man. One second. I'm trying to find my way back to where I was. Okay, here we go. Okay. Philadelphia. Faithful. The message to Philadelphia represents the faithless. Those who will remain true to the all person, the creator, and have not bowed down to the names of false gods, the self appointed deities who rule by force. So here we have Sardis, and it's speaking more to the individual. Here we have Philadelphia, seems to be speaking more to faithless as a whole. No, I don't know if I can say that. Sardis is one picture. Philadelphia is another picture. In Sardis, we have a dying colony, brethren who are I guess you could say weak in spirit. You have a name that you are alive, but you are dead, refers to spiritual communities that keep up the appearance of being holy, but have lost their spirit, their connection to the Great Spirit. That reminds me of false gods who have fallen too, because there are some gods who have fallen. This could apply to them. And then there's the message to Philadelphia that represents faithists who have remained true to the all person, the creator, and have not bowed down to the names of false gods, the self-appointed deities who rule by force. The open door. In Revelation, we read of an open door at the Church of Philadelphia. There's an open door. To the angel in the Church of Philadelphia, write these things. Saith he that is holy, he that is true. Oh, wait a minute. Here's the key of David. Okay. I get it now. Okay, that makes sense too. Okay, beautiful. Well, go back. So here, when he talks about the key of David, he's speaking to the Church of Philadelphia. Okay, good enough. We got it. Okay, we're in good shape. So when we get to Philadelphia, it says, and to the angel in the Church of Philadelphia write these things, saith he that is holy, he that is true, he that hath the key of David. He that openeth and no man shutteth, and no man shutteth and no man openeth. I know that works. Behold, I've set before thee an open door. No man can shut it, for thou hast a little strength, and hast kept my word, and hast not denied my name. Behold, I will make them but a synagogue of Satan. which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie, behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, to know that I have loved thee. Because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I will also keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell on the earth. Behold, I come quickly. I hold fast which thou hast, that no man take thy crown. Him that overcometh, I will make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall no more go out. I will write upon him the name of my God, the name of the city of my God, which is New Jerusalem, which cometh down out of heaven from my God, and I will write upon him my new name. He that hath an ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches. Okay, now let's read the translation. The Philadelphia era, the faithful church. The message to Philadelphia represents the faithists, those who have remained true to the all-person, the Creator, have not bowed down to the names of false gods, self-appointed deities who rule by force. The open door, because they practiced non-resistance, lived in harmony, Job sets before them an open door that no false god can shut. They are guaranteed a graduation out of the lower heavens. Ain't that the truth? No man can shut this door, meaning to bring us to make an argument. Oh, I forgot to share the screen. Let's share the screen. Share the screen. All right. An open door, meaning there's no argument that's going to make a faithist want to go back to religion. That's an open door that's not going to be shut, man. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe you think differently. The translation of what this is saying, the message to Philadelphia, the brothers of Philadelphia, because they practiced non-resistance, lived in harmony, Job sets before them an open door that no false god can shut. An open door, they're going to make the resurrection. They are guaranteed a graduation out of the lower heavens. That's something faithists. They will not stagnate. They don't go to the lower heavens. They make the resurrection. They have an open door. The pillar and the temple. This signifies that these souls have reached a level of permanent light. They are no longer chicks in the egg. If you read the egg in Oahspe, it gives the analogy of the egg where there's the upper half and the lower half. And the upper half is Serpentimanius, lower half is Anromanius. One looks down, one looks up. The egg and the Oahspe. They are no longer chicks. Talking about faithists. Faithists are no longer chicks in the egg. See, we're personified as our creation, our reality, like is synonymous with the egg. Say like, the yolk, the inside of the egg. That's like where we are right now. You faithists? In the yolk inside the shell of an egg, that's where we are. That's like picturesque of where we are right now. We're in the embryo. You faithists? We in the embryo. We here, we making ourselves. See, some chicks, they are born and they crack the egg, and they're full born, they're ready to be born. And there are some that are stillborn or, the analogy is the same. Faithists, they are no longer the pillar in the temple. This signifies that these souls have reached a level of permanent light. They are no longer chicks in the egg. They are builders of heavenly kingdoms. Now, here's one of the main reasons I wanted to share this. The Laodicea, the lukewarm state. And I think that I want to share this because it's dangerous. It's a warning. And I think that the world can, if false gods can't have us, I think they want to make us, if anything, they want to make us a Christian faithist. If they can't get us to stay in their kingdom, I think the next best thing for false gods is to make a faithist, make him a Christian faithist. In other words, make him lukewarm, make him ineffective, make him a Christian faithist, man. You know how Christians, they basically they don't they stay stagnant, you know. They say I mean, I don't want to sound harsh, you know, but they don't elevate. They just walk around thinking that if I'm just nice and I smile to everybody, then that's making the resurrection. Then, and there's nothing wrong with that, except the Oahspe, the creator, he doesn't call us to just be walking around smiling to be nice to people. The creator, he calls us to make the resurrection. That's what the world don't understand. And Christianity is expert at getting you to stagnate, just stay in one place, have only one level of understanding. Christianity is expert at that. So that's why it was one of the reasons, you know, I wanted to come. I came across this. I wanted to share it because, brethren, we are faithists, and we are at the beginning of it all, in the sense that the creator, the Oahspe, is a new revelation, is new light. The world don't know about it, don't care. And when you're choosing builders, man, you got to choose some solid people, man. And I look at faithists as some solid, like the Bible says, you can't pour old wine into new wineskins. These vessels have got to be prepared, man, to withstand the darkness that we got to go through, the opposition, the ignorance. When you talk about building, that's the strongest part of the house, man. You need a good, solid brother, sister, when you're talking about building that foundation. You know, you build a foundation and it's on a weak foundation. You build a house on a weak foundation, it cannot stand. So you need brethren who are solid, they are consistent, they have discernment, they have judgment. We need all those things, not just walking around airhead. You don't know nothing. You ain't got no sense of discernment. You ain't got no judgment. You ain't got no understanding. You just call yourself this, call yourself that, and it's supposed to be that's it. But that's not the Oahspe, man. You know, we supposed to be proactive some type of way. That's why I like to share about, you know, we can do our little part to spread the light, man. You could make an email to your local university and you could remain faithless. Don't nobody have to know you, you know. You can, send an email, introduce them to the Oahspe, to the theological department or the humanities or religious studies. Just send off an email to 2 or 3, universities. Get you some index cards, lay them down and link the site, put something about the Oahspe on there and leave it there. Nobody know you were ever there. It's just between you and the creator, But a founder, a builder is supposed to be, help to build something, So now we get to the Laodicean, the lukewarm church. A warning is given. Warning to the Laodicean is one of the most significant in Oahspean thought. You're neither hot nor cold. This refers to people and spirits. They're respectable, but they're unproductive, man. They're not evil, but they do nothing to actively uplift others to build the kingdom of Jehovah. See, this is faithful to the spirit of Oahspe, man, Not to go out and recruit and proselytize. But if we don't spread the light some type of way, who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? You know what I mean? These people are described as miserable and naked. Even though they think they're rich, perhaps in material goods or religious dogma, the angels see them as naked because they have no spirit clothing, a bright spiritual body earned through good works. Now, that could apply to the whole world, but faith is too. They knock at the door. This is Jehovah's light, constantly tapping on the vortex of the individual soul. The supper is the feast of wisdom that comes when a person finally stops serving their own ego and lets the Great Spirit in. That's what I was talking about earlier, man. You can be all alone in the world. Nobody by your side, man. I tell you, the best time for me is from 11 to like 3 in the morning. I just go out of my mind with, I think I get visited. You know, I ain't trying to sound kooky, man, but I get filled with so much joy. I don't know how to describe it. 11 to 3 in the morning, I just go into another zone. I don't know why that happens. It's like you can't, it's just incredible. And I'm sure I hope that happens to you, brethren, too, man. Maybe you have a different part of the day where you feel like, hey, man, I think I'm getting visited. Because I get like incredible joy. I mean, I wouldn't have it no other way, man. I'm handicapped, you know. I'm very isolated, I would say, you know. Nobody comes out around here. You know how it is in America. Nobody comes out. Everybody, people who work, they don't come out of their house. You know, it's beautiful where I live, but it's lonely, man, you know. But I love it at night around those hours. I'm telling you, it's got to happen to you, brethren, too, man. When you start to meditate and think on things of the Oahspe. I sit here with, my computer open, questions come to my mind, and I just have a ball, man. And it's been that way since I even, ever since I came into the Oahspe. So it's an ongoing thing. So the summary of Revelation chapter 3 in baby terms, it says, think of chapter 3 like a report card from the Great Spirit for different groups of people. The fake group. They act like they're good, but they don't help anyone. The angels tell them, wake up, your light is going out. The kind group. They aren't the strongest or the richest, but they never stop being loving. The angels tell them the door to the big heavens is wide open for you. Walk right in. And you got the lazy group. They're comfortable and think they're perfect, but they don't do anything for anyone else. The angels tell them being okay isn't enough. Put on some kindness. Get to work, or you'll be left behind when the bus goes to the higher heavens. And I happen to, it's funny they say that because that's how I, picture our situation. Either you catch the bus now or you're going to catch it later. You're going to have to catch it. Everybody's going to catch it. You faithists, we are just people who catching the bus. We catching it right now here on the earth while we inside the embryo. That's who you brethren are. We are on the bus, man, to making the resurrection. Making the resurrection ain't important to the world. It's cool, they're going to make it anyway. It's just that they're going to have to probably do it in the spirit, people who had it good on earth and were really on top of the earth and didn't care anything about the resurrection and lived a life of luxury and had everything they needed and wanted. And, you find out that at the end of it all, you did not make the resurrection. And so now you go into the spirit, and it's basically like you start where it's equivalent, man, to like you are in high school. You know what I mean? You're in the third grade and your best friend is graduating next year. You know what I mean? That's spirituality, man. That's what it's all about, man. And the false God's agenda is to keep you through lower level vibrations and the tetracts, the influence, lower level influences to keep you to populate their kingdoms. And that's how they do it, by putting that evil vibration on you, the lower vibration, the love of the world, the love of the flesh, the love of the self, the tetracts on you. You can't get them off of you. You can't resurrect. That's the whole nutshell of our reality, man. Faithists are nothing but people who are taking that fight on while they're in the womb. While they're in the womb, man. Able to hear the Creator's voice in the womb. Y'all remember that story? I'm going to close with this. I love this story, man. I love this story. And when Elizabeth entered the room, the babe leapt in the room. King James Version. I love to tell this story, man, because this describes us. This describes us. This is a story about faith that's right here. Because we're in the womb right now. We are in the womb, man. We're not even born yet. When the chick is born, it cracks the egg. That's when the chick is born, right? When the chick is in the egg, and then all of a sudden it cracks the egg, and we're in the same situation. We are in the egg, man. We haven't cracked when we lay the body down, then we crack the egg. That's us cracking the egg. In the real life now, we in the spirit now, and we're the result of our reality when we were in the embryo. Now we're the result of ourselves. We sold to the earth, then we're unripe, so to speak. We got more, we got more learning and elevating to do. We begin where we end, and but there are brethren who are ripe fruit. They crack the egg and they're ripe fruit. They get on the resurrection road right then and there. There's some grapes, some are sour, some go to the king's table. Faithists go to the king's table. They get picked and they get put in the king's bowl. Unripe fruit has to go back to the hot house for more, whatever, farming, more, whatever it takes to make a sweet grape, Luke 141. This is us right here. This is us right here. And when it came to pass, when Elizabeth heard the salutation of Mary, mother of Jesus, the babe leapt in her womb. That's John the Baptist, right? The forerunner to Jesus Christ. He leapt in the womb. Why do you think? See, now we know why they even put that in the Bible. Because the faithists was going to find it and realize it was talking about us. Because we're the womb right now. The light came to us and we jumped up in the air, we in the womb, we heard it and we jumped up, man, and then we became like that woman in the wilderness, the light hit us and we ran for the woods, man, getting the hell away from, getting the hell away from the influences that come to take the light. The dragon that chased the woman spewed out a river after his mouth. Remember that story? Y'all remember that story? Everything is about the faithists, man. As it turns out, everything is about the faithists, man. You read the Bible. Hey, I'm gonna go through the Bible, man. I'm gonna go through it. on my channel as long as I'm here on the earth. And the Creator go bless me, man, with new understanding so that I can run and share with y'all. And it's going to be a blast, man, you know. And the shame of it is we can't give it to the world. They don't want it. You just can't force it on them. You'll choke them, you know. Ain't nothing we can do. All we can do is just keep on running, man. You know, just stay on the bus, wait for that driver to jump in and say, okay, next stop, Bridge of Chinvat. You know, congratulations, y'all made it. You made it off the earth, man. You know, big party waiting for y'all, you know. So I think that'll be it for now. I'll put the link in the, like I was supposed to do earlier today, in case y'all want to say something. About time to close it up. Put the link in there. See, let me go and greet everybody. I haven't been in the room. So let me go in there. And man, got a full house, man. Nazarene. Of course, Bob, he was in there. Bishop with the wrench by his name. I don't know if y'all still here, Mahalia. Good to see y'all. Dreadful Yogi, the rapper. Good to see you, brother. Fritz. Dave, he was in here. Judah, Prince Judah. But thanks for joining me, man. I'm great to, unless somebody want to come on. Oh, okay, Dave, you coming on. Now, it's see there, why you had to correct me, man? No, I ain't letting you on for that, man. I ain't letting Oh, brother, you had to correct me, didn't you?
Oh,
You just had to do
yes, I have to do that every once in a while, you know.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm messing
You're
up here. I'm
fine.
trying to fix my screen here to get both of us on there. It's messing up on me. How you doing, man?
Just fine.
Good.
Did you switch mics?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, but when I talk, it sounds like I get a feedback over your mic.
Oh, I I. You want me to switch mics?
I don't know.
I think you got to turn something down on your end, don't you?
I've got everything the way I've always had it
Usually,
set.
you get feedback, right?
Yeah. But when I get that, you usually switch over to some other mic.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, how's that?
Yeah, that's a lot better. I'm not getting any feedback now.
Okay. So let's see. You said that
How about the chat? Are they getting any feedback?
Mary was pregnant with Jesus. Yeah, I thought. Oh, okay. So I said the opposite, right?
You said.
Hey, Chuck,
Uh,
brother.
I think you said.
Good to see you, Chuck. I was talking to my brother there.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying hi to him. Hi, bro. Good to see you. I hope Horse is okay. Horse is his dog. He has a dog named Horse. My mom named him. Go ahead, Dave. What were you going to say?
Uh, I think you said that Mary was pregnant with John the Baptist.
I think I did too. Yeah.
Uh, so that's why I corrected you right there. Sorry.
Hey, did you get my messages?
Oh, yeah. That was some response. Uh,
Yeah.
how many videos of his ministry have you watched?
I went through a whole lot of them. And I picked up that he's under a deity pretty early, but I still contacted him thinking that he might be interested to hear.
Uh, what
He,
deity
he
would
speaks
you,
right. He speaks
what?
right, but I mean, he talks right, about the creator and, how he only serves the creator and, he believes in vegan diet and that sort of thing. But he doesn't read the Oahspe, and he calls it a cult without knowing about it.
Did you watch his newest video, today's video? Well, it comes down on you pretty hard. Yeah, it does.
Oh, he does in his video?
Oh, yes. In
Oh,
fact,
I didn't see that.
in one of those messages you sent me, uh, that was in, I think, the last message was
Uh-huh.
something about, you think I'm coming down on you hard now? You wait till my Fitness Friday video comes out.
Oh, yeah. It was too bad, man.
And yeah, he definitely was true to his word there. Uh,
Yeah, he
unfortunately.
really. I mean, that guy. I mean, because I said, look, I said, I'm dying to support you. I'm dying to support you. I said, but according to the Oahspe, if you don't, if you're not raising the orphans according to Oahspe principles, then I can't support you. So I was asking him to take a look at it, and he went off, man. He just got, he got super triggered, man. I'm
Uh,
going to tell Malachi Maccabee on you, and you just wait. I was like, good night, man. And this dude he's over some orphans. What if one of them orphans pick up an Oahspe? What is he going to do to that orphan, man?
I'd like to know what false deity you figure he's worshiping.
Um, I'm trying to think. It's certainly not the creator because the way he responded, his fruits, they certainly are not the fruits of a faithist. His fruits, man. I mean, you don't respond like that. Shows me that you're cat racks. That when you respond like that, your God, your influences, that you're under some druges, man. That you would respond like that. So that's why I say he's not. And if he knew about the Oahspe don't produce that type of fruit.
Well, possibly he's never read the Oahspe.
Yeah, that could be the case, but he doesn't seem interested in even learning. So this response, the way he responded, that told me all I needed to know.
Well, I remember a few videos that you did a while back. I was on the panel at that time. I believe, in the studio, and I believe it was uh, you got into I'm going to say to me it was a slight argument, but to you and the sister that was doing the back and forth, it was quite a big to do.
Mm.
Do you remember that video?
You mean when was it?
I'm going to say about maybe 2, 3, 4, maybe a week back. I'll tell you who it was. Sister
Oh, you don't
Isabel.
have to, I was going to say you don't have to say it. Um, yeah, um, um, I'm not saying that nothing triggers me, you know, but I didn't deserve that response that that brother gave to me, and
Well,
I didn't respond to him the way I would have if I'd not known the Oahspe. Now with the sister, she should do it. I can't say it was different. There's really no reason for anybody to trigger you. I'm still kind of a young faithist, and I'm making progress, and I think I'm a lot better as I go along. And but I didn't give that brother any reason to respond like that.
well, if you, I don't know, I
But
said,
have you tried to contact that brother? Have
oh
you?
yeah,
And has he
I,
responded to you?
I, no, he's always been very appreciative of any comments that I put on. In
Uh huh.
fact, I even put on a couple of verses from Oahspe itself,
Okay.
such as one. Uh, uh, I believe it is. I don't know. It's in Tay's prayer, or no, or the errors.
Uh huh.
Uh, the one I put down was in this is the seventh era, and uh, God commands you to turn from a carnivorous man of contention to a herbivorous man of peace, and the sword shall be put away, and no more war on the earth.
Yeah,
Well,
and he
no.
went that went down real good with him, right?
Oh yeah, that went
Yeah.
down
See,
real fine with him.
the difference between me and a lot of brethren is I draw a line. Now I'm probably get better as I go along. Now, what I said to him is that I'd love to support you, but if you don't raise them under Oahspe principles, I can't do it. And that's where he got all bent out of shape.
Well, perhaps he doesn't know exactly what the Oahspe principles are. You
That
see,
made
if
me,
you've never read Oahspe, but uh, I do have to say, in his favor, uh, he's feeding them, he's clothing them, he has adopted a lot of them, and he's building an orphanage for them.
yeah, okay, well, I can understand that. And I don't fault him for that. I don't fault him for that, but I do fault him for the way he responded under his tech racks because he's also if that's the way he can respond to somebody who's only just who's trying to make contact with him, then that's, to me, he's going to teach those who he's raising up the same attitude, the same tetracts. And if he doesn't know, he said that he was being helped by people from all different religions, which
And
is,
yes,
you know,
he is.
that may be his thing, but that's why I was saying earlier, I'm not a Christian faithist. Everything don't go with me. I don't subscribe to anything just because somebody's doing a good work. If he's raising up children to worship a deity, then everything that he's doing, I can't say everything he's doing is no good, but he's not benefiting them spiritually. If he doesn't, he's not raising up to make a distinction between a false God and the creator, then, there's no benefit in that.
He starts his service with a prayer, right? He goes through the service, and then he puts up, whatever donations that he needs, such as the pads, such as the orphanage, such as the field trip for the kids on the street. And then he ends with a prayer. Now, who does he pray to?
Who does he pray to?
He prays to our Father who art in heaven.
And what source does he draw from? What I'd like to know is, what does he teach? Okay, he points out contradictions in the Bible, but what does he teach them?
Well, he teaches them, definitely you want to stay away from meat. In fact, at the end of his sermon, he goes right down. I think it's something about the Book of 12 or something. Anyway, and he goes exactly what he stands for. Now, he's vegan, he's a humanitarian, and he's an environmentalist. That's his church.
Mm-hmm.
You see.
Well, I think it's more important.
He's basically not into a religion. But, however, his father, was a pastor of a church in St. Louis. I think it was maybe a Protestant ministry. So he goes along.
I do know this. When you help to lower someone's spiritual grade.
So let me finish, please. So he uses that technique, you see, because the was it chapter whatever? I want to say chapter. It's not chapter 13, but it's where the IRS ain't going to get you for taxes unless you call your the thing a church. I don't remember the exact phraseology they got, but it's some kind of thing. So you've got to call your whatever you do. It's got to be a church. It's got to be in those terms. United States government.
Yeah, 501c3. Yeah, I know that there's more to. One of the things that's important to me and why I'm a faithist and why I subscribe to it is because I like the way the Creator tells us how to treat one another. Now, you don't treat you don't know the Creator in my book and treat them like you treat somebody like that.
Well,
You don't
all
you
I
don't
can,
really, you don't even really need to be spiritual to know that when you're talking about the God, whoever you call God or whatever, that there's certain ways you treat people. You should be treating people. You don't respond like that, man. There's something wrong when you respond like that. I don't care how much good works you think you're doing. You
do you
respond like
have,
that to somebody who's interested in trying to help you. That don't come from it don't come from whoever you call, it don't come from the creator of the Oahspe. I know that. Which tells me I don't want nothing to do with you. If you can't open, if you might not agree with something, but you don't have to respond like that, man. You know. Now,
do, do you have the full transcript of what you said and his response to what you said?
yeah, I think I put it down. I think I put it down. No, he got upset when I told him that I said something like, I can't support you if you don't raise the orphans according to Oahspe principles. I said, I can't support you. I want to, I'm dying to, but I can't. I used to support children's ministries. I had a couple of them I was supporting, and I stopped because they were Christian. Number one, they were raising children. If they were raising children, the very name said they were raising children under Christian principles. One of them was St. Jude. That's a Christian organization. They raise children to subconsciously or consciously to the God of the Bible. St. Jude is an angel that points to the Christian God. And there was another orphanage that I was supporting, and they did the same thing. And I told them I got to stop after supporting them for like a year or so, out of conscience to the Creator. The Creator tells you how to do charity, and even if you are subject, even if you do things ignorantly like that.
That's correct.
You know,
the principle there is it's better to teach a man to fish
yeah,
so he can eat for a lifetime instead of just giving him a fish so he eats for a day. I said it backwards, but that's.
I mean, I can dig it. He wants to help, and sometimes men, they do things and they just there's the Bible says sometimes their way of seems right to a man, but the end thereof is death. And so it's just the way he responded. There was no need. The way he got triggered, man. It has to be because I said, if you raise them according to, I said something like, I said something about the Oahspe. Has he heard of it? And I love to support him. But if you don't raise them according to Oahspe principles, then I can't support you. Can't support you. I want to, but I can't. Now, I probably could have said it differently. I didn't think that he would go nuts. I can't believe that people can be so sensitive. It was, you got to say everything right. You can't make a faithist he can't make one mistake. And so far as the sister is concerned, there's no, I don't, I know that I have a ways to go. I understand that.
Well, we all do. We all have our faults, brother. Myself included. You know, I'm not excluding myself. I've got faults and faults aplenty.
Yeah. I, I with with her, I asked her to be quiet. I asked her to hold her peace, and she kept going. And so that really got me, and it turned, you know. And then the name calling started coming out. So it's just like I was saying earlier, man. You can't
Now,
feed somebody's tech rack. It's going to
to
get worse.
to me, to me, it felt and seemed to be that she was trying to push the Kabbalah on you.
Yeah, but see, I look back and I realize, and I think that's what got me going. Is I realized what she was. I finally realized because we had. Uh, I mean, we were emailing each other, you know, and she was showing me videos, and I couldn't understand them, and she was trying to explain them to me, and then on video, it just came out. I realized it's something. I finally caught on the video. And that's why I was trying to get her to be quiet, and I was going to dig into it, but she wouldn't be quiet, and that got me upset. And then she started going in with the name calling, and everything just fell apart. But
Well, on the several videos I watched from the Minister of Health, several Christians have also been in his chat section, and usually does the same thing, removes them. Uh, when he does have chat and it's live, and one of them says something about the blood of Jesus or something like that.
mhm.
He'll just ban them, right in there. He won't even respond to them.
See,
And
even that I don't
I'm
agree with.
and I'm thinking uh, that the way you presented yourself triggered him thinking like that you were attempting to,
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it was.
yeah.
I'm sure that's what it was when but you don't let's think we lost you. Okay, there you go. You don't know these things about people until it's too late. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
That's the bad part. And I looked at his videos. I tried to pick up on his spirit. I seen him talking about religious, spiritual things, and he struck me that he prays to a God. He mentioned he on the Sabbath. He mentioned praying on the Sabbath or something like that, and that told me a little bit. And I was trying to link him with the Oahspe as best I could. I couldn't really do that, but I decided to get in contact to try to contact him. I didn't know he would react like that. That told me that when you get a person to me like that, and the tech racks have that much influence over them, I hold my peace and I get away from them. I get away from them because I have problems dealing with my own tech racks.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
And well, same with brother Nathaniel. He has tetracks also, and when those two tetracks, start jumping
yeah,
on one another, it's just like you said in They just keep going until one of them gives up or dies.
Yeah. 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 You see, I'm reading the screen here. Nazarene says the Minister of Wellness is very passionate about little children. Yeah, a lot of people are. There's some zodiac signs that are really strong. They got a really strong vibration towards children. You know, but that's no excuse to. It's no excuse to get upset like that. There ain't no excuse for that. Especially, I mean, you would think children would trigger you all the time if you're liable to, you if you're subject to being triggered that easily. That kind of scared me. Like this guy, he gets that upset over an email, over a post, and he's dealing with children who are liable to make you upset all the time with the things they do. That's kind of that is kind of scary to me. So I usually, I can usually pick up on, whether to approach somebody, but I missed on this one. But I won't make that mistake again. That's for sure.
Well,
I wish you well, man. But
hopefully we learn from our mistakes, you know.
yeah,
But I'm thinking that somehow uh, both triggered each other's tetracts, and the tetracts went at it. That would be the way I see it.
yeah. I mean, when you approach somebody like that, and I understand if you want to be non-controversial, I don't see any fault in that. But at some point, it's going to come out when, say, you're dealing with somebody. He's got this orphanage going, and then he says something where he's going to have to be corrected, or he's going to have to be brought to the light of the Creator. And then it's like either you do it now up front, or you're going to have to do it later. It could be a lot worse.
Well,
So at
I'm
some point,
sure,
somebody, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sure that Brother Malachi will be able to introduce him to Oahspe, because him and Brother Malachi are eventually going to get together. But you got to realize they're like half a world away, you
Mm,
know. So there's a time zone difference, and both of them are busy with their own ministries.
mm, mm. So how long have they known each other?
Well, in fact, I think Brother Malachi did a video uh, where he ran across uh, the minister of wellness, and it came to him that he knew his dad. Now he doesn't know Brother Nathaniel personally, nor did he know his dad personally, but he knew of his dad's church in St. Louis, because they're
Mm,
both originally from St. Louis. Uh, in fact, Brother Malachi is still in St. Louis. That's
mhm.
STL, Honor Humility, STL.
I thought he was here in Arizona.
No. My brother Malachi is in St. Louis, Missouri.
He was in Phoenix, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, he travels around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Uh, uh, in fact, Well, I watched that video. Uh, it's on his channel. You can probably look it up. And Brother Daryl Cosman, Brother Sela Shalom, Brother uh, Brother Cosmon, Cosmon Cal. They were all impressed with his ministry, and I think that some of them even put up his uh, uh, his donation page, and I know people have places have donated to him. I myself have donated.
No, I that's where I have to disagree, man.
Yeah.
Because
Well, because I think he's actually doing the work, and
yeah, he may,
I don't feel he's worshiping a false deity. I believe he's worshiping Creator, but doesn't realize he's worshiping Creator because he doesn't realize the difference between Lord, Lord God, and God. But he does realize the God of the Bible that says to eat meat and kill children. He realizes that's a false God.
hmm
That's not Creator speaking. And
hmm
he goes into detail on that. That's
hmm
basically what most of his uh, how should I say sermons are about.
hmm Well, that's good. I mean, I just feel differently. I just feel
Not only will he come down on Christians, but he comes down on the Hebrew Israelite community.
even that. I'm not saying it's okay. Coming down on anybody is. I'm not saying I even agree with that. I mean,
Well, uh, sometimes we
you're see what I'm pointing, what I look at is a man's spirit. Okay, his spirit is something that you may not know a whole lot, but the proof of your sincerity is in your spirit. The fact that he's minded to do something is great, to do good. His spirit is problematic because when you read the Oahspe, you could mean to do well and be doing harm because the creator, he talks about the man who throws his money in the street, you know, and then people pick it up, and that man is liable for what they do with the money, even though he just kind of indiscriminately threw it out in the street,
yeah,
what they do with
that
it
that's
is
true. But is it not between that person who put the money out in the street for whatever the other people picked up and used? Is not that simply between the creator and that individual?
yeah. But when that person shows me some problem in his spirit, what I'm trying to get at is if he shows me a problem in his spirit and he's influencing other spirits and I contribute to that, I'm just as culpable as he is. So when I approach a brother in peace and goodwill and they respond in that way, and there's no reason to do that, I know that that's not coming from the creator. Now, maybe he'll get turned on to it. I hope he does. I know people, it don't matter how long you've known them, have good relations with them, and then you introduce the light to them, and it has no effect. So
Yeah,
until that happens,
I ran into people like that before. In fact, I remember when we went over to a web page or a website. Oh, you wanted to introduce Oahspe to one of your, I believe it was a Hebrew Israelite brother,
mm-hmm.
and you wanted somebody to go with you,
Oh,
and
okay, yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah,
yeah, well, nobody volunteered, so I volunteered,
yeah.
and that was a great test of my patience right there.
Yeah, I was,
I can
I,
laugh over that.
I didn't think, I didn't, I forgot you were white. You know, I really, I was glad you came on. And then when I saw your face, I said, "Oh my God, he's white, man!" And I knew that wasn't going to fly with them. But this brother here, this minister of wellness, we'll see. I'm anxious to see how it turns out when they finally break it to him that there is a division. If he sounds good, he sounds he's in alignment with Oahspe, and he gets exposed to it. That'd be great. And I know the Creator will turn him around not to respond to brethren that way, not to respond to anybody that way. There ain't no excuse for that.
I believe I sent him an email talking about false gods and telling that Oahspe names them.
Mm-hmm.
And Oahspe has a timeline uh, of 72,000 years from
Mm-hmm.
the creation of man all the way through to present day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he, I believe he accepted what I said because he didn't. I didn't get an email back from him with anything at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess in that case, no news is good news.
Yeah, I think going back to what Nazarene said, I think what Nazarene said is true. Is that he hears somebody that's less than 100% so far supporting him, he gets triggered because there's no other reason to respond like that. I think when I said I want to support what you're doing, but I cannot, I think that's all he heard. So I can see how what I said would make him would, I tend to have that type of energy that comes off of me where I draw a lot of negative energy from people. That makes me want to just stay on my own, just stay isolated because Libras can kind of do that too. We have to suffer people's, we got to subjugate our ego. It's kind of a gift. It's kind of, you know, a,
Well, we all have to subjugate our egos. That's uh,
I mean,
we're still in the embryonic stage, you know.
yeah, but
No
zodiac,
matter how old we are, I consider myself just a little teensy weensy baby, not
mm,
even walking, just maybe crawling around on hands and knees
I mean, a zodiac,
at
according
this
to the
point.
zodiac, I'm speaking according to the zodiac, there are certain signs that are able to say, you have to subjugate their ego. They have the ability to do it. Some egos are a little stronger. Some are, some signs are able, yours is one where they're able to subjugate their ego a little better than the other sign. Mine is one. I don't say I like it a lot. I realize I have to do it. I realize Libras have a strong inclination towards relationships. And when you're in a relationship, you got to humble yourself a lot. And it takes a bit of talent to be able, you got to have something extra to be able to do that. Everybody brings some type of gift into a relationship. That's something that Libras have to do a lot of. And I don't really like that a lot. I
Well,
suffer it, but I like to avoid people who make me have to, you know,
well,
I see the energy where people, they feel free to, if I get any compliment, it's a backhanded compliment, you know. And people don't know they're doing it, but I kind of feel like the creator, he is shaped reality that way where you gotta fight yourself, man. Even when it's not your fault, you got to take it and you've got to kill it, you know? Oh, it's so hard, man. I'm trying my best.
you want to hear something funny?
Yeah.
My sister is a Leo. That's a fire sign, correct?
Yeah.
Me, I'm a Pisces.
Yeah.
I'm a water sign.
Yeah. One puts the other out.
Right. Now, when my sister fires me up, I try to put her out. You know, we're watering her down, cooling that energy off. But that sometimes doesn't work because that steam uh, 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 kind of separates into oxygen and hydrogen and explodes even worse.
Hold on a second. Hold
Yeah.
that thought. I'm just now looking at the chat. Hey, Bronze Yogi, are you still in the chat? I don't think he's in the chat. If you are, click on the, or yeah, he is. Hey, click on the link and come on. Bronze Yogi, come on. Click on the link. I'm sorry, go ahead, Dave. You said your sister.
Breaking up just a minute there. Like I was saying, I try to water her down and quench that fire, but sometimes it don't work. And those, she gets so hot, those water that I poured on separates into hydrogen and oxygen, both explosive gases, and woo, everything really explodes then.
Oh, I know, man. I hear you. I hear you, man. I see it right before my eyes what the creator is calling me to do, man. And I want to do it. And I just can't sometimes. I keep failing, you know, getting upset with people and not suffering them. And sometimes I say, man, I don't know if I can make the resurrection. I just can't make it, man, you know.
Oh, we're all going to make it eventually.
Well, yeah. But it just seems so hard.
Well, myself, I know exactly where I'm going, and I'll be there for a good amount of years. I'm going to Yatante. I already know that.
Well, when you say that, Yatante, I mean,
that's the subjective.
It's a glorious place, right?
Yeah.
You go into your own kind.
Well, there's that's a transient society there. Mm-hmm. In the atmosphere, it's the only subjective heaven.
You said what?
That's the only subjective.
Subjective,
heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah. The rest of them are all objective.
Meaning.
they are teaching uh, through lenses and mirrors.
Hmm.
The children who died before they were even grown to even make a choice, such as the abortions,
Mm,
stillborns, and
mm,
such. They all grew up in the spirit, so they don't have the slightest idea uh,
mm.
of what earthly existence would be.
So that they are objective.
No, subjective. They're being taught subjectively.
I thought Yatante was subjective.
Yeah, that's the whole colony is subjective.
And objective is, I know Daryl was explaining this to me once, I forgot.
Yeah.
But objective is what again?
Uh, they teach objectively, such
Uh,
as if you go up to a higher heaven, right? You're not going to have like a whole bunch of animals there like Jatante would have. You're learning how to do things. You're learning how to create fire and water in Das, right, with a
mhm,
hand, right? You're learning how to use those rods of fire and water.
mhm,
You're learning how to differentiate sounds,
mhm.
just like in the Book of Divinity, goes through all those lists
So you're
of
not you're
what
not
you're
doing
going to be learning before you go to Etheria.
so you're not doing that in the subjective heavens.
No, they're doing that in the objective heavens.
But in the subjective heavens,
In the subjective heavens,
you're not
they're
doing that.
using examples from
In,
the earth.
in the objective heavens, they're using examples.
Right.
But in the objective heavens,
They're doing it
so Utante is
objectively.
objective.
Right.
Okay. And so it's like subjective is elementary school and objective is like junior high.
Correct.
Oh, I see. I get it.
These spirits who passed before they were grown, died as children, now were stillborn or aborted, have no earthly knowledge, but they got to be balanced out with earthly
Right.
knowledge
Right. Okay, I get that's a good example. Yeah, there
and
you go. I get that.
spiritual knowledge. Seeing they grew up in the spirit, they've got high raised spirit, but no basis for earthly comparison.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
fact, this was what happened when a lot of those who came with the Santis that went into physical form, they got tempted by women because they didn't know what they were doing, right? They didn't know anything about sex. They didn't know sex produces offspring,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
instead of Creator chastising them, right? He said, "You did me two services. You
Mm-hmm.
learned about how it is to be corporeal,
Yeah.
and you raised up heirs capable of being inspired by angels, the
Mm-hmm.
I Him."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the creator said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
But I'm wondering, is this the case for all worlds?
Mm.
Is this how everything comes together? Do some angels who've never tasted mortality sneak into the group that's going down, clothing themselves with simu, right, to walk physically among the inhabitants of that planet. And do they make the same mistake?
Mm.
You know, that's something I've always wondered. We know it's on this planet because Oahspe says so. But what about other planets? You know, maybe 3 or 4 different planets around a different sun. You know,
So
forms.
do now. You know what? Ask that question again. Ask your question again. I'm gonna ask AI. How about that?
Okay.
Let's ask AI.
Uh, how would I
Ask
phrase that?
exactly that question. Is reality is life path the same on all corporal planets? How about that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go ahead and ask that one.
Okay, let's see.
Don't forget to share screen.
Hey, where was you when I needed you, man? A week
Uh,
ago.
I was about to say something, but you already switched it. You beat me to it several times, in fact.
Okay, you mean I'm too fast for you?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Okay, let
my
me see.
fingers can't type as fast as you can think, which is
Okay,
good.
let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Uh, uh, According to the OAHSPE, is the life path the same on all of the corporeal worlds in the OAHSPE creators universe? Let's see if that'll fly. Okay, can you see that, Dave?
Uh,
Can you see where I'm scrolling there?
no, because I haven't scrolled yet.
Uh, uh, okay. All right. Here, let me do this. Let me do this because it gave me an answer. I got an answer.
Now,
Let
well,
me, let me,
the screen that I'm seeing is translate Revelation chapter 9, King James Bible.
okay.
Mm.
Oh, hold on. Let me, I'm going to paste it. Okay. I'm going to paste it in my room so we can see it better. Okay. Can you see? You can see the screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It says, according to the Oahspe, the answer is essentially yes in principle, but no in detail. While the spiritual laws governing life are universal, the physical conditions in the grade. This might not answer your question. This might not, you know, the physical conditions in the grade of the mortals on different corporal worlds vary significantly. In Oahspean cosmology, the universe is filled with millions of corporal worlds, each at different stages of their life within the Great Serpent, the path through the Ethereal heavens. Universal pattern, the yes. Jehovah's law of progression is the same for every. Is this helping you, Dave?
Oh, yeah.
Jehovah's law of progression is the same for every world in the universe. The life path follows a specific sequence everywhere. Simuan age. Every planet begins with the creation of life form from Simu, the ascended man. Life always progresses toward the creation of an intellectual, spirit-bearing man. Atmosphere to Etheria. On every world, the goal of immortal. On every world, The goal of a mortal is to graduate from the physical into the lower heavens. How do you like that? And eventually into the higher emancipated heavens. The goal of every world. Oh, look at that. On every world.
Yeah.
The goal of a mortal. The path to the highest light is always through self-abnegation and service to others, regardless of which planet you're on. The difference is in grade, the no. While the rules are the same, the experience of the life path changes based on the density and age of the planet. Newer worlds, some corporal worlds are younger than Earth. The mortals there may be more animal-like. Wow. Struggling with basic survival or dominated by first false gods who have not yet been overcome. So this is kind of like, you got other worlds that are like go back in time.
Yeah, yeah. And there are worlds younger than this, and there are worlds a lot older than this. And there are worlds that have no life on them and are being condensed back into the etheric realms.
Mm-hmm. Some worlds have already reached the era of cosmic. They're ahead of us.
Yeah.
On these planets, there is no war, no meat eating, no worship of false deities. The life path there is one of peace and rapid spiritual growth. Physical variety. Oahspe mentions the size and density of the vortex surrounding the planet determine the physical stature and lifespan of its inhabitants. Some mortals on other worlds may live much longer or shorter lives than those on Earth. The life path of a planet is managed by Etherian chiefs. High-ranking spirits who have graduated from their own corporal worlds, millions. A chief who rose from a world similar to Earth might be assigned to govern Earth because they understand our specific struggles. Therefore, the administration of the lifespan is tailored to the specific needs of that planet's mortal crop. Imagine if the universe is a giant school system with thousands of different buildings. The rules are the same. In every school, you have to be kind, study hard, and graduate to go to the big university in the sky. The classes are different. Some schools are in the first grade, where things are messy and kids are still learning to share. Other schools are in high school, where everything is peaceful and the students are very smart. You're on Earth because this is the specific classroom you need right now. While there are other worlds with different types of people, the way to pass the test is always the same. Love the Great Spirit, love your neighbor. What do you think about that, Dave?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Sound good?
Yeah, yeah. Sound like AI was on top of that.
Yeah. This particular one is pretty good. This is called Gemini. Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. Elijah says, remember, there are countless worlds. The creator Eoe makes remember, there are countless worlds. The creator Eoe makes, which means thousands, millions of times a planet will go into their own cosmic era. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, Dreadful Yogi, man, come on. Here, let me put the link in here. I thought you was coming on. I thought you was coming on the chat. Here, I'm gonna put the link in here.
beautiful Yogi. Come on.
Come on,
Join
come
the
on,
party.
come on, you chicken. Are you a chicken yogi? Are you a yogi? Are you a chicken or a yogi? Trying to force the brother. I haven't seen Duro in a while. Where's he been? Yeah, so I think that the creator is showing me that it seems to be showing me what I got to do, man. And I've got to find the Pisces reason for loving people, man, and forgiving them, like they seem to be able to do. They got their motive is love is all. I can't learn that yet. I'm trying to, but it's hard, man. How do you love people? The unlovable people. Testing. Can you hear me, Dave, or are you frozen?
Oh yeah, I can definitely hear you. I'm trying to find a appropriate response for that. How can you love an unlovable person? I want to tell you, it's very hard. But usually, what I do if someone says something that offends me, I just pass it off. I
Can you?
got
Do
a
you?
got a thick skin, I guess. You know.
Can
Uh,
you just not love people, but just
but I still realize uh,
do you
uh,
have to have a warm, fuzzy feeling towards people? Can you
yeah,
just do right by them and not
yeah,
have?
to give you an example, uh, uh, I was working at the horse rental, all right, and I was out feeding the horses, so my attire wasn't, uh, say, spick and span, because you're cleaning up after horses, you're feeding them, you get hay on you, you get manure and spots, when you're cleaning the pens, and so there was a fellow that was going to make a reservation. I was the only one there because the boss hadn't shown up, JT hadn't shown up, nobody else had shown up. So I took his reservation and said, "Yeah, come on in. We can slot you for this time." And then he left. And then when JT showed up, I told him about it. I give it to him, the arrangements I made. He said, "Yeah, that's fine." Come the time that he was slotted, the guy never showed up. Right. But later on in YouTube review, he said, "I was met by a big hairy dude that didn't look like he bathed for a year." And I decided not to go back there again, so I went to the other place instead, and which was run by his wife, and they'd split up, and we were basically in competition, with one another.
Mhm.
So that definitely ticked me off, but I didn't respond to it. I just passed the whole thing off. JT, he wasn't mad at me. He was mad at the customer for posting that. And
Oh man. I mean,
well, I
I
mean
want to do
that's an
right.
example from my own life. You see,
Say what now?
that's an example from my own life.
Yeah, yeah.
You see, I can only teach what I know.
Hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I can hopefully teach by example. If I'm cool, calm, and collected, hopefully the person who's coming down on me slows it down, gets cool, calm, and collected also.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if he doesn't, well, that's not on me. I tried. You see, that's between him
I
and Creator.
where what level what level do you think we have to get to in order? Okay, like there's the resurrection, the second resurrection. What grade do you think? What grade do we have to be at to make the second resurrection?
I think you've got to be at least 50%,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe 51%. You know, to get into the second resurrection heavens.
Is the resurrection how you feel on the inside towards other people, or is it what
Uh,
more you do?
it's a balance between learning and doing. You see,
So it's not really about
if you live for yourself, 49%, right,
Mhm,
and you do for others 51%,
mhm.
your resurrection bound. Now, if you're 50-50, well, you're almost there, but you got to do that 1% extra.
Yeah. Now, what if you a mean old cuss to other people?
Well, then you're basically uh, living basically for
you
yourself.
you work for other people 70% of the time, but you just a mean old bastard, you
Well,
know?
that's the 75 for self, and maybe 1 or 25% for others, which might mean you're giving to charity, right, or doing things, but mostly they benefit yourself, right?
Hmm.
And you're saying, well, I give to the poor, right? I do this, I do that, right? Uh, but you're making a big deal out of yourself.
Ah, yes. Yeah, yeah,
You see
yeah.
what I'm saying,
Yeah, I
right?
do. I see that.
You're blowing your own horn, so to speak.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
That would be an example of that.
Yeah, that's vainglory.
Yeah,
That's vainglory.
exactly.
I find that with the
But
Oahspe,
they're still in the atmospheric heavens. Haven't got up to the second resurrection yet.
yeah, 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 I agree. I
They're
certainly,
still in the lower heavens.
yeah. I find a interesting dichotomy with myself in the sense that I love to minister for other people. I like that, but I got this evil streak in me, man. You know?
Yeah, you mentioned uh, about sometimes a spirit or a Druge
Oh yeah, yeah.
comes upon you,
That's
and
been
you just
just recent.
want to bust things and destroy it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's been like only recently though. I mean, that's something new.
Now there's a tetrach by that name. I think it's Anash,
Amen.
delight in destruction.
Delight is that delight and destruction?
I'm thinking so, but I'd have to go into Oahspe to find that.
Yeah, I just recently started experiencing that, you know, and I it makes I have to I find that it makes me I have to fight that. I really have to fight that by asking the Creator to
Do
intervene
you
or
do
to
you
have.
realize what time this might happen? Is there a time frame to it?
It's no set time. It's no set time. It's real intermittent, where I
Yeah.
just feel like clenching my teeth and just smashing something.
Because I do remember you saying you feel really joyous between, I think what was it,
Yeah, now at night,
midnight,
that's like a regular thing.
midnight and 3.
Between
Or
like 11 and 3, man.
yeah,
It's like,
11 and 3. Well,
yeah.
you see, uh, in that case, all your spiritual energy is being regenerated by your ashars.
Does it happen to you?
Oh yeah,
Oh, so you know what I mean, huh?
oh yeah.
When is the time for you?
It's usually sometime after midnight,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
uh,
Mm-hmm.
because the cycle is the oceanic layer, right?
Mm-hmm.
You will notice when Baal, Ashtaroth, Osiris, and all them did their attacks, under on the high side, it was always at night.
Mm. How do you know that?
It's in the Oahspe.
When Ahashaz, when he was getting attacked, it was always at night.
No, when he was doing the attack and trying to drive off uh, Jehovah's holy angels from their guardians. Of course, it didn't work.
Wait a minute, run that by me again. Say that again.
Okay, when Anohasaj,
Yeah.
right, directed Baal, Ashtoreth, Osiris, the false Brahma, and the false Buddha to go and what was his name? Tien, not Buddha, and uh, they all were around that uh, their heaven was Hapsendi, I believe it was.
Yeah.
They all went down and tried to get the Ashars away from their wards, and this was between midnight and dawn. And
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I vaguely remember something like that.
yeah. That's in the book of Wars against Jehovah.
Yeah. I think I very, very vaguely remember something like
I'm paraphrasing it.
that. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm not giving exact words. I'm paraphrasing the scenario,
Uh-huh.
and they wouldn't leave. So Anahasaj came up with a different method of doing it. He says, "Well, you go to the rich, the idle, right? Lure them, right?" And that's what they did. And then they got adherents because the rich are not spiritual to begin with,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? They're there for money, right? And they started listening to these Juges, right? Uh, well, I can make you wealthy. Do this, and that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can bring you fame. Do this, and that. You want success in war? Here's what you do, right? And all those kind of flocked to those Juges, and that's how the kingdom fell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because once they got in power, they said, okay, we're in power now, and you're going to do this, that, and the other. You're not going to worship Jehovah. You're going to worship this God, that God, whatever God. Ashtaroth, Baal, Osiris. Now, Osiris did things a little different. I he went to Egypt, and That was like his domain. And he raised up Thothma,
Mm-hmm.
right? Built
Mm-hmm.
the Great Pyramid,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Taught spiritual things, but taught them that Anahuasage was creator, and not creator was creator.
Mm-hmm.
Was
Mm-hmm.
the God sitting on the throne,
Mm-hmm.
right? And a lot of that is still practiced
I
today.
thought that was Anne Romanius.
No, uh, and
He was the
Romania.
one. He was the one that first taught
No,
Anne
uh,
Romanius.
no.
Are you sure?
Yep, positive. Because
Romanius, he bring the first doctrine of I am.
no,
It
uh,
wasn't Anne Romanius. You sure
no.
about that?
And Romanius, right, is basically the flesh man,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
given the name and Romanius, right?
Oh,
No, he's not a god. He's the flesh being that we fight against, our lower corporeal self,
so Anne Romanius
including all
wasn't
the
a fall,
tetrarchs.
he wasn't a fallen god.
No, he wasn't a god, period. He's an analogy between corporeal man and spiritual man. He's the lower man. The spiritual man is the
But the
higher man.
influence, but wait a minute, because he was the first. He didn't give the man his first false doctrine, Anne Romanius.
No,
You're saying it was Anna Hashaj.
no. The first one that there have been false gods from the inception of this planet, for the
I have to
most
look at
part.
that, Dave. I think that.
Now in the first like really organized uh, false god kingdom was Ahura. I mean, he had a lot of followers.
Mhm.
And Anahuasage, believe it or not, was one of his followers.
Now hold on a second. Let me ask AI. Let me ask AI. Hold on a second. Let me ask AI about Anne Romanius because I think that the first false doctrine came from him. I think the first false. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on.
And don't forget to change the screen.
Oh shoot.
Uh,
You can't see it though. You can't see it.
you got translate Revelation chapter 9 back on there again.
According to the OAHSPE, who brought the first false doctrine to man? Let me see if that'll work. Oh, wait a minute. It says Anwahashaj. It says Anwahashaj brought the first false doctrine to man. You can't see this screen, this part. It says it was
No,
Anwahashaj brought the first.
actually, it was Ahura. Yeah,
It
because
says according to the
he
first false
was
doctrine
before.
brought to man by high-ranking spirit named Anuhasha, who later took the name of Death. Before his fall, Anuhashas was a powerful lord serving under the true God. The rise of first false gods.
He
Then
fell
you
twice.
said it was Ahura, right?
Yeah, Ahura. Because
What about
Anahasa,
Ahura?
Ana, wait just a second. Let me finish.
No, I was
Anahasad.
speaking. I was speaking into the AI.
Okay. I'll let you talk to the AI first, and then I'll tell you what I'm going to say.
Okay,
Go ahead.
go ahead. Okay, now go ahead.
Okay. Um, Anahasad, he was a student under Ahura. When Ahura fell, God and all his hosts went and cleared out the hells that crashed in on him. Right now, Ahura, he was tied in a knot, but he wasn't. You know, he wasn't. It didn't get to him. Press down long enough to make him forget everything. He was shaken up quite a bit. So him and all of his lords and gods and students under him were all liberated, went back, and then they formed a plateau, and they also uh, uh, retaught what they messed up teaching, right? Because Ahura, he was at that time a great self god. And I'm going to say this was during the reign of, well, it was after uh, Fragapati and before Penta Armage. Because in Penta Armage, right, uh, they've got to raise Ailkin and uh, up higher because of the AG is pressing down. And at this time, uh, Anahasaj is really at his thinking of going rogue, right? And Satan himself comes to him, self, right? Like he's talking to himself. Why am I so? Why am I following this God? Why can't I do my own thing? And
Hmm.
then Satan said, well, just placate Uhura, right? Because he's still under Uhura, because they're all in that same situation. And he finally gets himself duly elected, right, as uh, Lord of Matraeus, which is kind of like a military outpost, keeping watch, keeping the Jews away from uh, certain mortals and certain countries, right? They're keeping them at bay, and so he's uh, duly elected by God, the true God, to go and do this. But now Matthias, the Lord Matthias, he does not have a seat on the council, right? So he takes offense at that. So he goes and gets other lords that are kind of like his way of thinking, and they go meet, right? And then they form a coalition, but Creator's already knows what's going on, but God don't see it until it's too late. You see, and neither does Ahura, who at that time, right, has repented and is following Creator and his God, according to the precepts. Now, even Ahura, he goes to Arnahasaj, he goes to Osiris, he goes to all those, who departed, Anubis, right? And he tells him, "Hey, I tried it my way. I didn't make it. You're gonna fall too, and I don't want you to do that. So come on back, before it's too late." Of course, they don't listen to him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, you probably already went through that in the Book of Wars anyway, so you know what I'm, you know, uh, saying.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. So Anromanius is the flesh,
Yeah,
the rise of
he,
the self.
yeah. He's the self that rules all the tetrarchs, the
Hmm.
corporeal man,
Hmm.
nothing spiritual whatsoever,
Hmm. Hmm.
right? So basically, he controls the three base chakras,
Hmm.
right? Now, when the heart chakra opens, right, that gives rise to the higher chakras. You
Hmm.
know, the throat chakra, the heart chakra, the throat chakra, the third eye, and the pineal.
You say when the heart chakra opens, it gives rise to the
To
higher
the to
chakras.
the higher chakras, right? You start thinking more spiritual and
Mhm.
less corporeal.
That's pretty interesting. It kind of makes sense in when you think of resurrection from the ground up.
I think I sent you a video, something very recently on chakras and chi energy.
You might have. I get a lot of
It
videos.
was a PM personal message to you.
Yeah,
It was a
I get a lot
video of a holy man, like he'd wad up a piece of paper, uh, like put it on the ground, and like
Yeah, I
rub his
saw
hands
that. I
together. Yeah,
saw that. Yeah,
that was
and
the
then
one.
he got rebuked by
Yeah, yeah,
some ascended master, and so he stopped teaching what he
yeah.
knew.
And so he didn't do that no
Hey, that
more.
was
But
pretty powerful. I mean,
yeah,
it lets you know. It seems like it's a whole world that we just don't know about, and we got
yeah.
power that we just don't. We
And
just don't. I mean,
well, what I'm thinking is if you can use that chakra system, right? Uh, get everything opened up, get cleared right out. Uh,
so that's like
you may
meditation.
get out of that power chair and walk around.
I can't walk.
Yeah, I know at this point, but if you get those
I
chakra
can,
flow,
but I can't.
yeah, if you get the chakras flowing, you see what I'm saying? You get build up that key energy, right?
Yeah,
It might be able to heal you enough to do that. To,
I believe. I mean, I believe that I'm gonna get there. Something in my spirit says that I'm gonna get there. Like do things like go to Yatante and uh, transcendental meditation, that sort of thing. If I'm saying it correctly, I believe because I believe in all that power, and my spirit keeps saying to me that you're going to get there. You're going to get there. It's like
yeah,
you have to wait your turn, though, Yaquap.
right. You got a whole lot of learning to go through.
That's for sure.
Right.
I want to
Uh,
jump the line, but
well, all of us wanna jump the line a little bit, you know.
I realize
That's
that
that's
it's a
just within us. But we've got to make haste slowly, one step at a time.
yeah.
You know.
I realize that I'm involved in a process, and that dealing with the self, man, is really, that's no joke, man. You know, because it seems like hot and heavy every day, even when I'm alone, man, is some situation, and I know the reason for situations, man. I just know it, that I have to learn to deal with these things, and it will be better. It's better for me. I know that situations are there for my refinement. I would like to just sit back, man, and do things for people without incognito, without having to go through the pain of internal growing, you know, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But I do believe in that spiritual, the healing, the power that I hear people talking about. I believe in all that. I do, man. Meditation and the things I hear older faiths talk about, and I believe that. Where
Look, you froze up a little bit there, brother.
where I'd like to be, I think.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, can you hear me? My internet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You froze up just a
it
second.
glitches.
Yeah.
Yeah, my internet, it goes in and out. But yeah, I believe in spirituality, man. I believe that we're way more powerful than what we, you know. Do you think that there'll be more of it in the the near future, the more manifestations of angel power, that sort of thing? Do you think
Oh
that
yeah. It's coming about now.
mhm.
It's coming about now.
You know how in Jehovah's Kingdom it talks about chairs and inanimate objects singing, dancing, or something like that? Do you think that's future?
Uh, it may happen again at the next dawn of Dan,
Uh,
right? Uh, and that, of course, will be 3,000 years from the Cosmon era.
mhm, mhm. What
But
about communities, though? Do you think we?
I
Think
think that the Ashars uh, are working through people, right? Maybe unaware. Maybe the people themselves are unaware.
well, I believe that.
You see, and well, personally, I'm going to tell you personally. I believe the Ashars are working through Brother Nathan,
Uh-huh.
right? Because the it's not so much of what he says; it's what he's doing,
Mm-hmm.
the works. And I'll have to say, uh, his works, the orphanage, the pads, the orphans, uh, him taking them out of the city on field trips twice, three times a year, to get them out of the slums, show them, a whole different perspective on life. That impressed me very much.
Mm-hmm.
It really did.
Mm-hmm. Some men have
And
that gift.
and when he says uh, he's not bound to any book, right? Uh, I take him in that because he says his religion, I'm using air quotes for religion, is being an environmentalist, right? Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Helping the orphans, right? Being a humanitarian, right? And being a vegetarian, trying to teach people to to eat, to get away from meat and start eating fruits and vegetables,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now he's also got a store. He sells a few things, and yeah, I'll tell you, the prices are extremely uh, expensive, a little more expensive than I would like, but I might just go and buy something from his store.
Mm-hmm.
What's a tithe? What's a tithe?
What's the time?
Tithe, Tithe.
Oh, it's a allotment.
Yeah, it's isn't it something like giving a tenth of what you make,
Yeah.
organization or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, if you give a tenth, that leaves you 90%, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, his store uh, is for basically his personal use, right? But right up top it says the reason it's so expensive is I'm a 90% tither,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? Which, if he doesn't make his, I want to say, quota for his, say, pads or for his orphanage, right? What 90% of what he's sold on his website goes directly to that project,
Mm-hmm.
right? So instead of doing 10% and keeping 90%, he's doing it backwards. He's giving it 90% and keeping only 10% for personal use.
Mm-hmm. Well,
That blew me away.
no, I can. Not me though. I'm not. I'm not taken by when you have that type of spirit on you. I don't care how many works you do. To me, it don't mean a hill of beans. It don't mean a hill of beans, man. You treat people, you dump on people, you treat people like that. You approach them with that type of spirit. You lose
Well,
me. You
uh,
lose me, man. You
uh,
lose me.
like I said,
I don't care what you do. I don't
like
care
I
if
said,
you give your body. If you give your body to the flames, you don't got charity. You don't got nothing. To
uh,
me, I don't
like I,
care what you do.
uh,
You know, you give your body to the flames, like it says in the Bible. You know, but you have not charity, man. And charity is something you can have it even when you're poor. You don't know if you don't know how to treat people and deal with people without insulting them and lowering them. I don't care what you do.
well,
You can't
like
call it spirituality, though. Not to me. You can if you want to, but you won't tell me that because
well,
spirituality is the internal. It's internal, man. It's not outward, whatever. It starts inside. So that's how I feel about that.
like I was
You know,
thinking, and
I can be nice to you on, you know, if it's no good. Like the example I was trying to give earlier in the video, I have a whole lot of pizza charity to give to you, but the way I give it to you, it matters almost as more, or it matters as much, if not more, than the way I give it to you. So that's where I come down, man. You know, I didn't appreciate the way the guy came off at me. There was no need
well,
for it, and so he lost me. I hope that the other brothers turn him and get him to look at the Oahspe, and then the creator will work on him from there.
Well, like I was stating in the beginning, I'm thinking both your tetraks started attacking one another, and it
Well, I didn't
went
start it.
from there.
I didn't. I didn't. I. I. There. I mean, I. There. People. He seems intelligent enough to know when someone is approaching you in peace and goodwill. You ought to know that. You don't. It's amazing how you might do that much for others, but then I think what really got him going was when I said, I'd like to support you, but you don't seem to raise them according, because I mentioned you that I would support, or something to the effect of, if you're not raising them according to Oahspe principles, I can't support you.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't know of any nicer, unoffending way to say that. And he got
Well,
he got bent out of shape. And that told me, everything to me, if there's any conversion or any charity in him, to me, it's only skin deep. If you talk to me, that's only
well,
skin deep, man.
uh,
You know,
I, I'm sure that he may have taken offense uh, about the fact that you can't support him unless he uh, goes by the principles of Oahspe and in the orphanages. But like I said, maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he's never read Oahspe.
mm-hmm,
You
mm-hmm.
see,
See,
so
that's one
that
thing. Sometimes the one thing about black people is they trigger too easily. For me, they trigger too easily, man.
well, when I was on that Hebrew Israelites
It's in
uh,
our culture,
well,
man.
that was he really
It's something.
jumped on me, but I just like I say passed it off.
It's something that make us put up our dukes too fast, man. That I've never liked, man. I
Okay,
don't know what it
what they
is.
say. If you want to use me as a verbal punching bag, man, let them go ahead. Let them do it. You know, well, you were there. You probably seen the whole thing.
Well, yeah, I expect, the Israelite culture, it teaches men to be that way. It teaches them to be toxic like that, offensive like that, naturally repulsive to anything or anybody who are not like them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the Hebrew.
Well, like I said, I just passed it off. Yeah, well, it was even. Let me tell you, he was a kitten compared to JJ 7000.
To who?
JJ 7000 of the Lions Club, Lions Den or whatever.
Who is he?
Wow, he was on Sonetta, right? Now
Uh-huh.
Sonetta, he was playing a clip, right, from a past show. I didn't realize. I just kind of like tuned in, and Sister Tikva was on, and she was explaining No and the Ark of Noah and Noah, right?
Mm,
And JJ was like all over her. So I just popped right in there, right,
mm.
on JJ's channel and started defending Sister Tikva, which wasn't even on,
Mm,
right?
mm-hmm.
And we went a couple of rounds. I said, well, Earth is like a school. You got your first grade, your second grade, your third grade. When you get to eighth grade, then you're in junior high, and you get a couple more grades after that before you get to high school. And after high school, you go to college. You progress. Same thing on the Earth. Uh, you're down in the atmosphere, you're breathing oxygen. Now you go up in the plane, you get so high, all right, and if that plane depends a leak, you got oxygen masks that drop down because there's no oxygen up there, and you ain't going to be breathing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I said everything has levels, and I says you got to come up to the level. You got to read that Oahspe to understand it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, he's probably read parts of it, but he's come to his own conclusions on that. You
Mm-hmm.
know, because he doesn't under. He keeps getting uh, the god Apollo that Creator sent, right?
He keep
Mixed
say it
up.
again. Say that part again.
Yeah, he keeps getting Apollo that
Uh,
Creator Jehovah sent. You know, to form man in a better likeness. You know, uh, with the Apollo of the Greeks. That rides in the chariot and drags his son across the sky or something like that. The Greek Apollo. So he keeps getting those two confused,
mm.
right? Yeah, he didn't realize there's a difference.
Between the mythology and the
Yeah, yeah,
Oahspe Apollo.
yeah. He doesn't realize that whatsoever. He thinks they're the same person.
Oh,
You
and
see,
he won't hear
so
anything.
right. He keeps like making fun of us. Oh, that's all right. No, we let him do all that. What he wants, do his own thing.
But
Uh,
Dave, you know what?
he's gonna learn sooner or later.
Yeah, you just took the words right out of my mouth, man. That's one thing I've learned, and that's one thing I believe when it comes to Oahspe is that you can't really, you know, we all gonna learn, man. You know, and we all are going to like we're going. I believe that we're all gonna have to deal with ourselves. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Because there's only two beings that really know us.
Mm-hmm.
That's Creator who created us and ourselves.
Yeah, I think
And
I think
uh,
it. You know, we all
when
are. Yeah, go ahead.
when this judgment comes, right? We're going to definitely agree with Creator because He knows us, right? And we know ourselves, and
Right.
it's going to mesh right then and there.
Yeah,
And you're going to, yeah, I'm going to make up for what I lacked,
I
and I'm
believe
going
that.
to just like Moses did when he came back and and uh, and helped Pharaoh. No, he
Yeah, yeah,
period.
yeah, yeah. I remember that. Yeah,
Yeah, he had
he
he
had to
had to
restore
make
that.
up for his shortness here.
Yeah, he had to restore that guy,
Yeah, and he did.
and that guy raised up the Essenes.
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm. Yeah, I believe it, man. That's one thing that's clear when you come when you make any contact with the Oahspe. Really, is what goes around comes around. It comes back to you.
Yeah. So
That's like.
whoever your quote unquote enemies are
Hmm.
in this, like we're all brothers and sisters. Uh, there actually is no friends or enemies. We're all
Yeah,
brothers and sisters. Uh, my personal belief. Uh, we're the ones that we consider enemies. We might have to work with in the future, such as Leonidas and Darius.
who?
And
Leonidas and who?
Darius,
Oh, the guys who were responsible for ending slavery and
Yep, yep.
somewhere.
Remember Darius? He was the king of Persia, and Leonidas held the pass at Thermopylae until somebody told him how to get up around there. And that was way back.
Yeah, that's one thing about Oahspe, man. The creator is.
That's history that
I
was
know,
written down.
huh?
That was history that was written down. Thermopylae.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I heard about that Thermopylae.
Yeah. In fact, they did a couple of films on it. Something about the 300, because
Mm-hmm.
Sparta only had 300 men, and they held off Darius and his whole army at Thermopylae.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they couldn't get through until a traitor revealed a secret path up through and
Mm-hmm.
around them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And of course, Leonidas got slaughtered.
Mm-hmm. But Dave, again, going back to that guy, this minister of wellness, it don't in my life, a man's spirit. I've always taken note of that first. No, even when I wasn't in Oahspe, or for the longest time, I've always taken. That's why I every now or I'm I'm going to. I won't be talking about astrology as much anymore in the coming days in the future because of some things that I've learned that you know that's another story. But up until now, and I still do it internally, as I look at a man's spirit, I look at his spirit when it seems like that's the part that means more to me than anything about anybody is their how they the condition of their spirit, because when I read the Oahspe, it seems like these high raised high grade Ethereans that they seem to be a certain spirit. They've overcome the tetracts. That tells me they don't have any triggers in them. And that before we can get to that level, we have to be the same way.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Now we
So
got to control those tetracts.
I think that the more sincere, I think that if you're sincere, I think that you don't have to be brilliantly intelligent. And when you're talking about approaching the creator, I think that the condition of your soul is what matters more to him than anything, because he seems to talk about communities of people being together. He seems to talk about high grades, which seem to have to do with people being able to get along with one another, people who do not lower other people's spiritual grades. That's the Ethereans remind me of those type of people. They remind, if I could picture them, they seem to be those type of people where there's nothing in them to set anyone, you know what I mean?
Now they, Ethereans, they will give you the instructions to do the work, but
Mm-hmm.
they won't do the work for you. You've got to do the work. You see
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's more important that the spirit that we uh, what's a good word for grow our spirit.
Well, we've got to balance. At this point, we're in corporeal form.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we've got to balance. Let's see if
Because
I can.
I've seen
We've
some
got to balance.
men.
We've got to
Yeah.
balance our corporality, right, with our spirituality at this point. But then we've got to switch the balance slowly to become more spiritual and less corporeal.
Yeah, cosmic.
Yeah. This is where we're learning to grow. But while we're in the corporeal, there are corporeal needs to be met. We need clothing, right? We need food, sustenance for the body. You see? Because without our body, we're going to lose the corporality. When I was, I don't use the term homeless. I use the term shelterless or houseless. Right? I was in Sedona for a year in that condition. Right? I had to dig through dumpsters to find something to eat sometimes. If I found a piece of chicken or a McDonald's chicken nugget or sandwich or whatever, French fries, whatever, I'd take them and I'd eat them. Right? Now, a cop come along, see me, coming out of the dumpster with some food. He said, well, what are you doing, stealing from a dumpster? I'll arrest you for that.
No, come on.
Now, I said, well, officer, let me ask you something.
You kidding me, man?
How can you steal something that somebody's thrown away? You thought of that? Well, I guess you can't steal something that somebody discarded. No, there you go. Now I say, if I do not eat, period, guess what? I'm going to starve to death.
Right.
He says, well, aren't you afraid of eating something that don't agree with you? That maybe have bacteria on it, this, that, and the other. I said, well, yeah, it might make me sick. Yeah. And it might kill me. That's for sure. Yeah, I can see that. But here's something. If I do not eat, I'm surely going to die because I'm going to starve to death, period. So either way, I'm going to be dead. I thought about that and said, you're right there. I go, go along and get out of here, but don't let me catch you in the dumpster again. Got in the car and off he drove.
Good night, man.
But I mean, that's the way of the world today.
Yeah.
Yeah. I survived it. So that means creators still got something for me to do. So here I am doing it, or trying to, doing the best I can.
I think, when I look at the situation in the world today, I think we're going to get humbled, man. I really think we're going to get humbled, because this, from what I could see, and it seems like, especially America, we're a pretty proud people, man.
I'm sure that
we seem to be pretty. We seem to be pretty proud, man. And I think that when I read the Oahspe and he talks about like what I was reading today, I seem to tell me if you get the same sense that we're facing an event where people's minds will change. I was referring to that earlier in the video where it mentions a shift. It mentions, remember that part I was talking about Revelation where it says that angel opened the pit and then out of it came the drooks and annihilators, and there were voices and thunderings and loud shouts or something like that. And
Yeah.
it was saying that it equates that with a mortal mind shift, as if we are facing an event where people's minds change. And it kind of goes along with what the Creator says. He's not going to send one loud sounding preacher, that he was going to, that a multitude of people, it seemed he was saying, were going to be converted suddenly, all of a sudden. A mortal mind shift. Do you get that same sense that that will come on the world?
Oh yeah. I don't know exactly when, but there's something going to happen. All right. America will be humbled.
I think so, man.
Uh, I don't know when or how. All right. That's up to the creator, but I know
That's a
it's
scary
coming.
thought too, man. That's pretty, I I'll be honest, man. I don't like to, you know, uh
Now, I know it's coming.
I don't like to it's like I believe that, you know, that that's on the horizon. I hate to think what it is, you know. I hate to
Well,
imagine, man,
this
because when you're proud like we are.
this nation has been protected by creator, right? And the further we move into materialism,
Yeah,
the more and more creator is
yeah,
taking his angels away and say, well, they don't need our help.
yeah, yeah.
And there's going to reach a point where something's going to boil over.
How do you think we're going to be made to live in communities, though? You know what I mean? That's what we're called to do. And when I think about that, I think about, like, you have apartment complexes, people living together.
Well, at this point, what I see is President uh, and the, I'm going to say, Israelis. They're trying to bring about a situation in Revelation, like the last days, Armageddon,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah,
They're trying to alienate Iran. They're definitely trying to alienate China with its embargoes and Russia with its embargoes,
hmm,
right?
hmm,
Now, China and Russia, right, are the ones that a lot of people in the Christian community consider Gog and Magog,
right, right.
right? Which are going to ally with Islamic people, right? And then all sorts of stuff going to break loose.
Hmm, hmm.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? And I
Yeah.
think we're that this president is trying to instigate that.
Hmm, hmm, hmm. I think they was set up for that. I think there's a revelation in his name. I think there's a revelation in the vice.
Well, at this point, there are a lot of Christians, right? I'm going to say Christian, the way we say Christian, uh, support this, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe they're hoping that Iran fires a missile, right? And at Jerusalem, and they hope it hits the Dome of the Rock.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
they're praying for that, even,
yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Because Solomon's temple, which is now where the Dome of the Rock is, uh, or was under it, right, has got to be destroyed before they can rebuild that.
Right.
Now,
Right.
if a scenario develops where that Dome of the Rock is destroyed, people
Mhm.
are going to pour in money and funds to rebuild that
That's going to do more to bring in
temple.
the harvest than anything.
Exactly. Now, there's a lot of people that ain't going to agree with that, right?
Hmm.
Some of them going to be fence sitters. Some of them going to agree with it. Some of them don't want nothing to do with it.
Hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they're not. So you got three types of people there, and at this point, there's only two types of people in this world. There's faithists and creators, and there's Uzians.
Do you think the Uzian's going to destroy himself?
They're destructors. Yeah, I. They go under the principle. Oahspe said at the end. He said, "If I don't, no, it wasn't Oahspe. It was Louis Amon that said this. Says, if I cannot
Then nobody.
take all,
Yeah.
right, then
Yeah.
I'm going to definitely destroy all so nobody gets any."
Yeah. Yeah.
That was Louis Amon that said that, the false
Hmm.
Christ,
Hmm.
right? And he definitely put things into motion to that effect
Hmm. Hmm.
because uh, many people are the same way. Hey, if I don't get my way, I'm going to destroy it,
Hmm. Yeah,
right?
that spirit's in the world. That's for sure,
Yeah.
man. You know, that spirit is certainly in the world. Yeah, I fear, man. Fear for where we're headed, man. You know, I know
Well,
that I've been keeping up with this day and night, the course of the world, wondering how the creator is going to bring about, he's going to bring about the kingdom. How are we going to get to communities, and how are we going to get to the putting down of wars and the
well, like I say, there's creator got something in the works, right?
yeah, yeah, I
And
believe it.
he's gonna bring America up on a very short leash when he
Is there
ends it.
anything in the Oahspe historically that we can compare to this day that we're living in now, you think?
Uh,
I mean, we can't look at Pan because that was cataclysmic. We know that's not going to happen again.
there may be there's going to be something. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Uh, but there's
What
something.
do you think? Do you think that a nuclear weapon could change the course of the earth and turn people to the light, to the Oahspe?
I think a nuclear weapon, if it's fired, right, and well, I know we got protectors around. They ain't gonna let that nuclear weapon explode.
Wait a minute, say it again.
I know there are protectors around that will not allow that nuclear weapon to explode.
Now, I read tonight in Revelation where it was commanded the spirits not to hurt any green thing, not to or any tree, and that was like in the faithists. You think there's any truth to that?
Well,
That faithists that when
have you ever taken a look at the pictures that they took of Nagasaki and
yeah,
Hiroshima?
yeah, and the trees were standing, I think.
No, nothing was
Oh, wait a
standing.
minute, wait a minute. I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, what about it?
Everything was flat.
Flat. Hmm.
When that we've got nuclear weapons today that are
10
uh,
times powerful.
10 times or better, more powerful than the atomic bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Hmm.
Right? And I know that there are protectors around, right? That when one of those missiles are fired, or maybe a dozen of them are fired, or a whole bunch of them are fired from both sides at once, right?
Hmm.
They're going to disarm them.
They're
So
what?
they're going to disarm them.
We got a
The
sister
protectors
Bible
will
study.
now listen. The protectors will disarm them, right? So they won't explode.
Hmm.
They'll fall into earth, right? If they hit a house or a street or whatever, well, the house and the occupants in it will be destroyed, but it won't explode and wipe the whole city out, is what I'm saying.
You talking about a neutron bomb?
Yeah, I'm talking about a nuclear bomb.
A nuclear bomb will flatten everything.
Right. I said that nuclear part will be disarmed,
Oh,
right?
okay.
So when the bomb falls, right, and if it crashes into a house or a building, the building may be demolished. People in the building will surely die or be severely injured, you know, like the plane going into the Twin Towers, but it won't destroy the whole city.
Hmm.
Like the plane didn't destroy the whole of New York, it just destroyed that Twin Tower building.
Hmm. Hmm.
Right? Now, if that was a nuclear plane with a nuclear bomb, it would have destroyed the whole of New York. You understand what I'm saying? The damage will be limited.
Mm, 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 mm. Hope you're right, man.
Well, like I say, creator will
I
not
hope
let
you're right, man, because
creator
telling you,
will.
I've been keeping up with the I've been keeping up with the geopolitical events in the world today, and it's about to get real, man. You know,
Well,
and
creator says we've still got maybe 2 or 3 more cycles to go through. We're only in the autumn. We got 3 more cycles to go through before
now
he
since you say that helps me to understand how man
before
the oceans won't be able to follow through with their bomb making plans. That right there helps me to now to see that they won't be able to follow through with
well
their
it's so
with their
stated it's so stated in Oahspe, right? That when everybody is raised up, right? Then creator will have kind of like a party and we'll desolute this earth and it will go back into solution, right? The etheric solution. Like an old field that has used up all its nutrients. It's allowed to lie fallow,
wait a
right?
minute, wait, run it, say that again. You were saying?
Like an old field that's grown many crops, right? Used up all its nutrients, right? To
Mm-hmm.
raise up those crops. It's left fallow. Means nobody plants nothing on it for a long time, right? So when this earth breaks apart and the sun and all the planets are folded back in on themselves and everything goes into the corporeal goes into solution to the etheric, right? A new earth will be created sometime in the future, right? Maybe not in this part of the universe, maybe some other part of the universe, but there are planets being born, planets aging, and planets passing into solution at all times. Millions, billions, zillions, uncountable in Creator's universe. You see. There was a goddess that came with, I'm going to say, Sesphantes, right? Oh, no, it was the sinking of Pan with A. Her name was Phtasi, I believe it was. Now, Phtasi's world has long passed into dissolution before even this earth was created. I'll tell you how old she is. She was like a high chiefess, but she only said, I'm just a goddess. I'm still young compared to Creator, because he was there before me. Now think on that one. Eternity, eternal, forever. Like in the Bible, it says, well, we're going to go up to heaven and praise Creator and play harps and, I don't know, float around on clouds. Now, for eternity? How bored would you get doing that? For eternity. You got to go do something. That's where Oahspe makes sense. Raising up, keeping things moving, raising up other planets, becoming gods and goddesses, being on these councils, right? Keep progressing, keep working. That's why work's a joy.
Say that again? I didn't catch that part.
That is why work will become a joy.
Yeah.
Because it's something to do.
Yeah, it's got to be that.
When Fragapati left his home environs to come to Earth, he took it as a vacation from all his trials and tribulations, trying to figure out what's going on with his world. He said, I'm going on a little vacation to Earth, raise them up. I'll be back. Right? Took a whole bunch of people with him. Right? Left his vice gods in charge.
Yeah, when the Creator sent out solicitations for people to come to the Red Star, you get billions of volunteers,
Yeah, they think this is fun, a little excursion or vacation.
Yeah,
work.
Imagine that, man. How can that be?
And boy, when they come, they raise things up real fast too.
Huh?
I said when they come, they raise things up real quick too. Everything seems to lighten up real fast.
I hope that's what happens for the Earth, man.
Well,
because
it's like I say, it's bound to, because this Earth is not going to be destroyed before Creator, before it's fulfilled its purpose in raising up all these souls.
What do we got? Like another 70, we got like another 75,000 years to go, don't we? The Earth.
72,000.
72,000.
Yeah. From the inception of this planet, 72,000 years total,
Hmm.
because there are 16 cycles, I believe it is,
Yeah.
before the
We've
thinking
already,
of man.
huh?
I said there are, I'm saying 16 cycles before the thinking of Pan,
Hmm.
right? And each cycle being 3,000 years,
Hmm.
roughly, right? There's another, I want to say 24,000 years.
Hmm. Hmm.
Something like that, anyway. I had it all figured out somewhere, but I ain't got it right here, right on me right now. But believe me, I think it comes out to 72,000 years if
Yeah,
you add it all up.
I thought that the hit the that the Earth had a 72,000 year history, start to finish,
Yeah.
and we've gone past 24,000.
In the, when uh, Cafu, or I forgot what uh, Brother Sela called him, Caffrey? When he built that pyramid there, that's the center point.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I heard that. I heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Now we're on the downward
Slide.
cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah. We still got quite a ways to slide down before this Earth gets, I
Mm.
want to say, uh,
Well,
goes
I
back
know, like I
to
was saying,
ethereal.
it's getting ready to get pretty interesting, man,
Oh
because
yeah.
there are nations that are running out of fuel now. Europe has only got like, I think, 2 weeks left of jet fuel. Australia has got like 10 days left of fuel, oil and gas supplies.
Well, that may be a good thing because they sure aren't going to launch any nuclear weapons without the power to fuel them.
Yeah, yeah. But I bring it up because these things, I mean, we have a domino effect economy. You know what I mean? And it starts the domino in the east and makes its way over here. I mean, the situation, this is not like, this is real talk about how our about our reality changing in a way that we will see it with our own eyes.
Oh yeah.
And then we hear in the Cosmic era, we know that there are great changes coming about. And I, for one, cannot stop trying to figure out how the creator is going to deal with the faithists as these as in the coming weeks, months. I'd really like to know that. I believe that if anybody was going to be in a protected situation, it's going to be faithists. But I find that I just fear, man, for what you know are what as it, you still have to be concerned about the planet that we live on. You should be.
Well, myself, uh, like I said in the past, personally, uh, whether I'm in the body or whether I'm out of the body,
Yeah,
either way,
yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Uh, but it says in Oahspe, and I have faith in this, 100% sure
Mm-hmm.
the Creator will protect the faith somehow or other
Mm-hmm. I had to read,
during this time.
but more interesting.
How
I want to see how the
exactly?
world is gonna. I want to see how the light is gonna come on the world, man. That's what I really want to see.
Well, it will. When and how and what manner it takes, I don't know. But I know it will come because Creator says it will.
Right,
And I simply have faith in that.
right. Same here. Yeah,
In
same
fact,
here.
I had a vision of it happening. It's what started me on my journey. Way back in, I don't want to say, what, 95, 97, 90, 90 90 something, 92, 93, somewhere in there. I had a vision of that. Now, what I saw, well, actually, there were like three visions at once, right? Like one, two, and three. I mean, they were going simultaneously, all three at once, at the same time. Now, at that time, I happened to be reading books by Mary Summerrain.
By who?
Mary Summerrain.
Who is that?
Well, you can go on to uh, like Amazon, look them up. Because I've read 100 billion zillion books. Back when I got out of the army, I had 2 military footlockers stuffed with books.
Mm.
I even took the tray out and put books on top of where the tray was. And I read every one of them.
uh,
And that's my preparation, not even before I found Oahspe in 1999.
mm,
Long before that. So that's my preparation.
mm.
I mean, books, Gina Sermonera, uh, books by Sheila Ostrander, uh, Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain, uh, Seth Speaks, uh, I don't know, a whole bunch of others. My mentorship book, and whom I consider a mentor, uh, and still today, Tuesday Love Chang Rampa. He wrote several books: Wisdom of the Ancients, uh, Cave of the Ancients, The Third Eye. Uh, I think his one of his last books that I read was Twilight, and long before I found the Wasp. And in fact, he's the one that through whose methods that I learned to be able to take my spirit out of my body and go astral traveling consciously, full comprehension of where I've been, where I go, what I'm doing, who I'm helping. And a lot of people say, well, he was a fraud. Why? Because he was an Englishman, right? But this Englishman knew everything about Tibet, right? Everything. In fact, someone once asked His Holiness the Dalai Lama whether or not he knew Tushvalab Samarampa, and if he was who he said he was. The Dalai Lama looked at that person and said this: the man is who he is. Now you can take that in two ways, right? You can take it, yeah, well, he's an Englishman, right? Or he is a Lama and was medical Lama of Chakpori Lamasery, as he stated. So Dalai Lama is allowing you to choose. And that's a very smart answer. The man is who he is. What do you see? You see the spirit and the man, or just the man? Now, if he wasn't who he said he was, I'd never been able to learn how to astrally project consciously. So there you go.
Well, I can't wait until I get to that stage.
Well, let me tell you, at that point, it's going to be a very scary stage for you.
I know I'm headed there because I keep getting a witness in my spirit that, I keep getting a witness to, Yaquab, you have to be patient, man. Just be patient. And
exactly.
I know that there's another world.
When I first astrally projected, I had to go through each of the lower atmospheric realms.
Mm-hmm.
With elementals, playful spirits, spirits who feed on fear, trying to make me scared, trying to force me back into my body.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Once I got through that, once I found out I'm protected, the Creator's protecting me. Now when I go out of my body, I go poof, just like that, zoom right up to Yatante. Don't even stop, don't even, zip, I'm gone, I'm there. Speed of thought.
Mm-hmm.
Much faster than the speed of light. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Where
and
do
then
you think is where you are?
How long do you stay there?
To me, sometimes it seems like for a week, maybe 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But if I wake up and in my bed, I get up, maybe go get a cup of coffee. Right? Right? Think about what I've done. I'll find out it's been 2 hours, maybe 3 hours.
Hey, bro, Jamia, we got Jamia in here. She's asking you a question.
Have you ever done work with RF? No. No, sister, I haven't done any work with RFK.
Who is that?
I'm thinking she's speaking about Robert F. Kennedy.
Robert F. Kennedy?
Yeah. Either Bobby Kennedy.
What type of
or
work?
Bobby Kennedy Jr. Which one, I don't know what she's referring to.
She said,
she'll have to clarify that herself as to which Robert F. Kennedy she's referring to.
Restorative Faithists of Cosmin. That's Brother Kendall's group. Brother Kendall's group. our
Oh,
Wednesday night study.
oh, I'm thinking Robert F. Kennedy. Talking in
Yeah,
the
I
spirit.
was too. I was like, he was a faithist, or
No, he was a Kennedy that got assassinated,
yeah, I know
supposedly
that.
by Sirhan Sirhan.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying I didn't. I thought
I
that
mean, yeah, that's
he was a
what I thought.
faithist. No, she wasn't. She's talking about the restorative faithist, the Wednesday night Bible study.
Uh, I've
Dr.
been there
Kendall's
maybe
group.
twice, or
Dr. Kendall's group.
yeah, maybe twice or three times, but I haven't kept up with it.
He's able to transport too.
So is Brother Cosmo and Cal. He's able to actually project
Mm.
consciously.
You Pisces, man. See, you guys got that gift, man. The water signs, even water signs who
Well,
ain't.
like I said, if I hadn't if I hadn't had read Truth
You
About
always
Sam
talk like that,
Rambo's
man.
book,
You water signs always talking like that, man. These experiences that nobody else can have, and
oh,
you know.
anybody can have them. If
Well, I
you
know
bought,
anybody, but in my life, man, water signs always they're mysterious like that. I wonder why that is. They're able to talk about those type of experiences out of the body, dreams,
now
experiences.
my myself
you
from a
know.
little myself from a little child, I could see and hear and converse with spirits of the dead.
Mhm. I believe you. You know.
Right now, when I got older, started going to church, and this is bad, bad, bad. They're
Hmm.
demons. They're all demons, right? And I start looking through the Bible, and I see where Jesus is, is talking to Moses. I think it's Elias or Elijah, and somebody else, right? And one of his disciples kind of like wakes up and sees this and says, "Hey, let's build a temple to you, and build a temple to Moses, and build a temple to
Yeah.
Elias,
Yeah.
or whatever."
Yeah.
But Jesus said, "No, no, 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 you ain't going to do that. The only one that gets a temple is Creator, our Father,
Yeah, I
who
don't
art
know
in
about that. I
heaven."
don't know about that world, Dave. I might have one time. I think one time in my life, one time I can remember flying at in a dream, or I
Yep,
was
yep,
semi awake. One
yep.
time I can remember that I was no, wait, maybe twice, and one time it felt like I had crossed over, and I was begging that I had crossed over, and I wasn't a faithist,
Yeah,
but I
yeah,
was begging that I mean, I remember something where I was like ascending. I remember that, and man, I just started begging that I didn't have to come back.
yeah, yeah. Well, definitely you had
The brother's
actually.
asking you a question now, Dave.
Yeah, I am Suis.
Hmm.
Not Sargis,
That's
mind you.
great, man.
Just
That's
Suis.
I envy you, man. You know.
Well, I tell you what, brother Jacob, see if you can get on Amazon and get the book "You Forever" by Tusi Sang Rampa, if it's still being published and being sold.
No, I don't want to do that yet. I don't.
Well,
I feel
this
like
this
I want
will
to. I feel
now
like it's still fresh,
wait
in
wait wait
Paganism.
just a second. Wait just a second. This will give you lessons on uh, Suis abilities.
Hmm.
When you're ready, I'm not saying do it right now. No, do it in your own time. But
Mm,
remember that book, You Forever.
hmm hmm I don't know. I feel like I'm new, still new to being to faithism, and I believe that I need to put some years under my belt. You know,
Well,
I don't know
perhaps
why
you
I
do.
feel that way. I just
Uh,
do.
Creator has his own plan for you, as he does for me, as
Hey,
he
this
does
sister,
for Brother Nathaniel, as he does for uh, Sister Jamia, just as he does for everyone.
this
Right?
sister wants to
And,
speak to you.
okay. Uh,
Oh, you know what, Kizzy? Let me put the link in the room. All you got to do is click on the link, and you can come on. Let me put the let me put the link in the room, and if you just click. Oh, she said not now. Okay, no sweat.
well, Sister Kizzy, you can reach me through Facebook. All right, send me a friend request. I'll answer it. And you'll know me because I got the same hat on, got the same beard, right? And I go under the name, my true name, David Long. So if you send me a friend
Did you
request,
catch that, Kizzy?
I can direct message you when we become friends, and I can
Yeah,
hopefully
I just
answer your question that way.
I just think that I need to put time in, you know, and prove to myself that what I believe is not fly by night type of thing.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
never had the experience
that's that.
reading.
Like I say, make haste slowly, one step at a
Yeah,
time. All right, got
yeah, yeah,
nothing,
yeah. I
got
believe
nothing
that.
there. But I'm just giving you a little
Yeah,
reference
I
for the future
appreciate that. Yeah,
when you get ready, when you are ready to take that step.
yeah. I think I'm a little eager, you know, when you're new to something,
Well, we
but
all are.
I
We
never,
all are.
I never had the impact that I've had when I found out when I started reading the Oahspe. That type of impact has never happened to me with
Oh,
anything I've ever come
the
across like
the same for me. I read, like I say, it must have been 1,000 books. I don't know how many books fit in the foot locker, but I had two of them
that.
full of paperback books. I mean, paperback books, but they were all different types, different, styles, but all on anything from Ouija boards, from aardvark to zebra, you might say. The full gamut of spirituality: Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, uh, Christian, Masons, even Masonic, Templars, Rosicrucians, you name it.
Man,
I read it, right?
when I
But I
all
took
my
what
life
I took
before,
what I could accept from those books. So things I couldn't understand or couldn't accept, I just let them float off into the atmosphere somewhere.
I
But that
think
got me ready for that. Got me ready when Oahspe came along. When I got led to Oahspe, I read that in, I'm going to say, a month. The whole book.
mhm,
I read it every waking hour, every minute,
yeah, it's
and
interesting
every
to hear.
day. When there wasn't light, I used to go over to Denny's, which stayed open all night, and still kept reading it.
Yeah. It's interesting to hear
Well, I
the
buy some like French fries or something like that. Cheese fries or something. Just to to be able to sit there and read in the light. Can't read in the dark, obviously, and they sure don't want to go out in the woods somewhere and start a fire and read. But so that would bring the fire department, law enforcement, and just about every person in Sedona over there trying to figure out what are you doing, dummy? Trying to burn down something? No,
yeah.
so that's the way I did it. But
I
then
knew it. I
after
knew it.
after I read the whole book, then I went back and read it slowly.
Yeah.
I read it at least once a year from cover to cover. And every
I
time I
knew
read it, I find something new that I missed before,
yeah.
or something
I
that
knew that
skipped my mind, or something.
I knew that I knew that if I was going to find the creator, I knew that if I was going to find him, that I was going to that whatever that I was going to come across something that was going to plug that hole that's on the inside of every person who has that God-sized hole in their heart. I knew I was going to come across there was something in the world that was going to be able to speak to the inside of me. I thought that everybody said it was the Bible at first, and then I came across other spiritual books. But then when I started reading the Oahspe, I knew I had come home. I knew it right off the bat. I knew I'd come home.
Oh yeah, about the
I knew it
same
was.
here.
I knew it. I knew it.
Like I said, I read uh, thousands of books that didn't fill that void. There was still something missing.
Yeah.
When I found Oahspe, nothing missing no more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, to use your analogy, but much similar.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's a funny thing. Uh, they said, or somebody said, that Oahspe had ads in Fate magazine. It's a
Mm-hmm.
magazine I subscribe to. I had several copies of them. Uh, Myself, I never saw that ad. I was blinded to it
Mm-hmm.
until it was time for me to find it.
Mm.
Until I was ready.
Yeah, that's amazing. I think that's amazing too, the way you have to be ready for this, man.
Now, if I'd have read that ad, I'd have purchased that book right then and there because it was only, I'm going to say, $15, $20. Back in the 60s and 70s when I was a kid.
Hey Dave,
Uh,
but I saw the Oahspe. I seen it when I was reading from the sacred text. I used to see it, and it just used to go in one ear and out the other. I actually saw the Oahspe,
hmm,
and because it was for whatever reason, it just went in one ear and out the other. I'm telling you of a miracle, man.
yeah.
And then I turned on the YouTube, and Brother Maine was reading from it. And for some reason, it was my time. It was my time. My time had come. He read just a little snippet, and immediately I went online and I started checking out what he was reading at first, and then I just went crazy on it. you know.
Yeah.
I went stone, you know, I went stone.
Roughly the same thing happened to me. I was in Sedona, right?
Mhm.
And
Jamia says, I heard someone say that Oahspe finds you. Only when you are ready, you will. Yeah, when the student's ready, you can
exactly, yep,
hear.
exactly, sister.
Only when you are ready will
Yeah.
you read.
And I was walking along. I got three things. I got my rubber boots, right? I got my cup. Usually got coffee in it. Well, right now it's empty because I drank the coffee. Uh, I got my hat. Well, I think I explained that to you in one of the videos. Oh, here I was paddling along, and all of a sudden, you go into an antique store, trying to figure out what am I doing in an antique store, right? Well, trust the boots, bring me right around to an old bookshelf, bunch of books on it, and I see a green copy of Oahspe. Pull that off the shelf, $25. No, I got $25. And that's all I got.
Hey, Dave, let me ask you something real quick.
Well,
What do you think?
let me finish first. So when I flipped up the flyleaf and says a new Bible by Jehovah is Angel Ambassadors, I'm saying, oh, well, I got to get this. $25 all I had. All right. Went, paid for the book right then and there. Right. Walked out, was going to go over to the store. Uh, And I'm trying to figure out what am I going to do. I think I'll go around the back and pull something out of the dumpster to munch on. Come out, and before I got to the store, I found a $10 bill. It just blew right against my feet. Well, there, instead of going around to the dumpster, I went in and bought a sandwich or something from the deli and sat down and started to read. After I started that first chapter, right, Jehovah, in the book of Jehovah, found everything I need right there. Agree, 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 agree. And I just kept reading. And like I said, I finished that book in a month.
Yes, addictive. Well, look, man, I'm signing off, man. You know,
Okay, brother.
give me the peace sign, and Tuesday we'll pick it up. Let me see. How do you do that? You go like that, and down, and over, and then the leaf. Yeah. All right,
Now,
man. So shoot.
just before we go, here's something. If you count the lines, there are six of them. Six
Mm.
lines, number of man. You count point to point, there's seven. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Point to point. Have a
What
good one, brother.
you make a cross in the middle first, and then surround it. Right?
No, no. I start from the bottom, the base, go
Mm.
up, right, this way. To me, it's to the right, then back across, then up, then back down. Going up,
So you put the
then
cross in the
the
circle. This is the
circle.
way you do it.
Correct.
You put the cross in the circle,
Yeah.
and then you make the circle.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me go, man. I'm
You have a good one,
sign
brother.
up here. All right. Thank you for coming on, man.
Catch you later.
Okie doke. All right. I'm going to say a little prayer and then move on out, man. And, all right. So, brethren, thank you for joining me. Thank you for coming on Tuesday and Friday at 5 p.m., same time every week. I try to go live. And again, I want to make the offer for anybody who would like the 6-volume set, the supplement to the Oahspe. You're a little short. And you would like to have the 6-volume set, you just get in contact with me. I'll send it to you. It's on Amazon also. And just get in contact with me, and I'll be glad to send you the 6-volume set. So, brethren, thank you for joining me. Creator, Jehovah, thank you for this opportunity to try to share, be a light, and to encourage my brethren. We are in serious times right now, and we don't know what's going to happen. And I just ask for my brethren, my sisters and brethren, that you would put a hedge of protection around us, help us to redeem the time, and to know where to go, what to do in this time that we're living in right now. And I just ask for wisdom, for peace, love, light, and knowledge to go out, and that you will use us to the greatest possible good while we're in this reality. Creator, Jehovah, thank you. In your name we give thanks and praise. So let it be. All right, brethren, thanks for joining me. I'll see you again Tuesday, Creator willing. And shalom.
Bye-bye now.